Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining. We'll get started in just a minute once we get some of these technical items taken care of.
I know Jennifer's going to be late. I believe Melt was on his way. But Andrea, I know you've got a lot to say in a short amount of time, so why don't you get started? So we'll start this evening with Andrea Tuning from our comprehensive planning team, who is running the zoning code rewrite project, just to give you all an update on what's going on. And then we'll go into just a brief update for staffing changes and go over the agenda. So Andrea, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Celine. Good evening, commissioners. For the record, my name is Andrea Tuning, and I am with the Boise City Comprehensive Planning Division. And I am here this evening representing the Zoning Code Rewrite Project Management Team. There are actually three of us. So we have myself, Wendy Ellistad, and Deanna Dupuy, all working on the project. So you might see one or all of us in the future. This will be one of many times that we have an opportunity to share where we are in the process, how you can participate, and share the knowledge that we have gained through our different public engagement segments. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and do a little presentation for you about where we are with the zoning code rewrite currently and where we're headed next. So as I said, we have kicked off the zoning code rewrite. We started in late 2019, and we had a brief pause, and we started back up in November of 2020. When we originally started and created the scope of the project, we had a number of goals in mind through the zoning code rewrite. Ultimately, it was our opportunity to create the tools that we need to implement Blueprint Boise, our comprehensive plan, making sure that we're building on the mission, goals, and initiatives that the city has, and ultimately achieving that goal of a city for everyone. Making sure that we're fully engaging all of our citizens throughout the process, making sure that we have a user-friendly document in regard to both the design and organization of the manual, incentivizing great design, and making sure that we have a streamlined process for the development review process, and making sure that we are increasing the predictability of land use decisions, both for neighbors as well as developers. So the project was really identified in 5 unique phases. We began with organizing the work in creating our goals and our roadmap of how we wanted to achieve a successful zoning code rewrite. And then we entered into phase 2. In phase 2 was that preliminary outreach and assessment to our community. Through that process, we actually had a deliverable, which is identified as the diagnostics report. And I'll share a little bit about that with you shortly. Phase 3 really gets to the meat of the project, and it is where we start to draft the zoning ordinance itself. And we have 3 specific installments that we are proposing to utilize. We call them modules. And so module 1 specifically talks about the zones and the permitted uses. Module 2 gets into those design characteristics that we're looking for, and module 3 is that process and procedure. We have just entered into phase 3, and we are currently working on the draft for module 1. Once we have all of our modules completed in their draft form, we're going to be able to move on to phase 4, where we consolidate each one of those modules into a draft zoning ordinance. That will also have a number of deliverables that are attached to that. So we will have a zoning map update. We'll have a draft code. And then we're also going to have a large kickoff effort for the public review of that draft document. Phase 5 will ultimately be the review and adoption of the code. So we are anticipating that the process will take us through December of 2022. So we've got quite a bit of work ahead of us. When we look at what that looks like, as I noted before, we had that diagnostics report that was the deliverable of phase 2 that was released on January 21. And that was from some public input that we had gathered earlier in both 2019 and 2020. And I'll go over some of that material with you as well. And we're kicking off with phase 3 now. And we're currently drafting that module 1. So we'll see module 1 first, followed by module 2 in August, and then module 3, which is that final module, in November. We'll be able to consolidate each one of those modules into a draft, and that will be available in March and April of 2022. And then we'll start that public engagement effort and make sure that we have a final document for everyone to review as we move that through the public review process. So as I noted before, we have identified those 3 modules. It kind of breaks a really difficult document into something that's a little bit more digestible. So module 1 is the first one that we're currently working on, and it really talks about zoning districts and uses. Module 2 is that development, design, and quality standards and incentives. And then our final module will be that process and administration component of the code. So when we look at really what that means, module 1 really gives us an idea of the different types of places and where they can be located throughout the city, or where they cannot be located at the same rate. Module 2 is going to get into those development and design standards, those things that are more tangible, such as building height, setbacks, and density. We'll talk about parking and building form, different types of building materials, lighting, and then we'll even talk about sensitive spaces and how we can preserve those both through the foothills and the river system permit. And then finally, we'll talk about those procedures and administration. That identifies which review body actually reviews each application. So whether it's an administrative review, it goes to the Historic Preservation Commission, perhaps the Planning and Zoning Commission, maybe even the Design Review Commission, and some documents and applications will actually move forward to City Council, just like they do today. We want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to participate in the process in a meaningful way, and then really outlining what our appeals process is and how that moves forward. So when we talk about some of the original public engagement and outreach we did, as I noted earlier, we did a number of stakeholder interviews back in November of 2019, and I actually had an opportunity to speak with some of you as part of that process. So we had both our elected and appointed officials that were interviewed. We also interviewed our neighborhood associations, a number of key citizens that typically participate in the process. And we also interviewed developers, planners, architects, engineers, land surveyors, and really those people that generally participate in the process time and time again, that are familiar with what we do well and what we don't. We also opened up for the public to come talk to us at 2 specific kickoff events that were held in November of 2020. Those were webinar based, specifically because of COVID-19. And then we also had an online survey that we had available through the month of December of 2020. So we gathered all the information from those 3 components, and we ended up with what we call our diagnostics and solutions report. It was actually compiled by our consulting partner, which is Clarion and Associates, which is out of Denver, Colorado. They do have a local component as well from Cushlan and Associates, and that local representative is Diane Cushlan. And that diagnostics report is a really good report that identifies what we're doing well and how we can improve our processes and our procedures. And it actually has three major components. So it's what we heard from our citizens, either through that interview process, through some of those public engagement activities, or through that online survey that we had just talked about. It also took a look at what we see based on national experience. So how we're doing compared to other cities. So some other cities or jurisdictions might be doing some more cutting edge things, maybe leaning on some different best practices, those types of things. And then finally, it gives us some detailed recommendations for some specific changes on how we can do things better in the city of Boise. So some of those key ideas that we garnered from that diagnostics report ultimately include that we need to better implement Blueprint Boise. We need better zoning districts that will allow us to accomplish those goals that are identified in Blueprint Boise. We need to improve our use regulations. We also need to enhance development quality and standards. We need to include more graphics and illustrations to make things a little more user-friendly and tangible for people to find the information that they're looking for. Improving review and decision procedures. Making sure that environmental stewardship is a leading theme. Making sure that we're providing access to transit. Also providing choice in regard to housing. Also looking at equity, and then really keeping Boise unique and special to ultimately for what we've all come to love. Since that information, we've actually gone on to do another survey as part of module one, part of that phase 3 effort. So that first draft document. And ultimately we had an online survey that was available for about a month's time. The online version was available to the general public, but we also mailed to targeted areas. And so our targeted areas were identified as those tier 1 census tracts that had identifiable health indicators that were identified through a public survey and report that the city conducted back in 2019. So when we did the online version of the survey, we got just a little over 840 online responses, which was a really great number. We were happy with that. But we also had those 15,000 postcard mailers that we sent out to those targeted areas. And in addition to the 840 online responses that we got 800 returned cards back as well. That survey closed on March 14th, and we're currently working to do a detailed analysis. That survey ultimately asked people a couple of specific questions. It was very short in its design. It really asks what type of housing would they like in their neighborhoods. We were trying to get a feel for the variety of housing types that people were looking for. And then we also asked them what types of places they wanted to have near them or within their neighborhood, or located in some of those regional activity centers that you might see in the downtown core or near the Boise Town Square. So stay tuned, because we will have some information that comes out of that. So our target date is actually April 15th. So on our next trip back, we'll be able to share some additional information with you. So really, when we look at what is next, we'll have the release of our draft module 1. That'll be coming in mid-April. We're also targeting that April 15th time period. We'll also have a citywide advisory committee coming up. That'll be on April 22nd. And we actually have citywide advisory committee meetings on the 3rd Thursday of each month. This April is one of those anomalies. So we actually are doing on the 4th Thursday in April, but those are typically held on the 3rd Thursday of the month. And then we also have our big public engagement that we'll be doing for Module 1, and that'll be occurring through the month of April and May. So we'll be showing what we have for our draft and hearing those responses. So we're typically asked, how can everybody learn more and keep up to date with where we're at and the information that is being generated by the zoning code rewrite? So we have a couple of ways that you can keep in touch with us. So that's the project website. We also have an email list and a newsletter that you can sign up for. You can access that through the project website, or you can shoot me an email and I'll make sure that you are included on that newsletter and email list. We also have those citywide advisory committee meetings that are held on the third Thursday of each month. Those committee members, we have 20 members on those committees. They represent multiple areas throughout the city to really make sure that we have been representative citywide. And then we have varying degrees of interest and expertise. So we have individuals that might be architects or engineers. We have neighborhood representatives, and then we have citizens that just truly love and want to participate and be a part of the city's future. So those are available to view online, or you can attend via the Zoom meetings. We also have some interactive virtual public meetings that we do occasionally. And if you're on that email list or that newsletter, we'll update you on when those opportunities are. We've also been doing some road shows. So we've had an opportunity to meet with our disabilities committee. We've met with the American Institute of Architects. We've met with the Building Contractors Association. And we've also met with some neighborhood groups as well. So if you know of anybody or a group that might be looking for some information and wants to know more, you're welcome to send them my way. We can certainly put on a show for them, let them know how they can participate and hear how they can participate through the process. And then we have office hours as well. So we can certainly meet with individuals or you as needed. So if you have questions, specific thoughts or recommendations, let us know, because we are here to make sure that we're creating a document that will be lasting and really implements Blueprint Boise and makes your job as commissioners enjoyable and really achieving that city for everyone that we've identified as our goal. So that's just kind of an overview of where we've been and where we're headed. And I will go ahead and stand for any questions that you might have.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Hey, Andrea, thank you so much. It's really great to get this update. Let me ask you, you've been with the city for some time now and been through a number of these types of citizen surveys and planning initiatives. Have you seen, or do you get the sense that people's sentiments are changing when you ask this question about, what do you want your neighborhood to look like in the future? I'm guessing that most people say, I want it to look just like it is now, but better, meaning I want it to stay single family homes and just like this. Or am I wrong? And NIMBYism is maybe possibly in retreat.
Commissioner Blanchard, that's a great question. We have heard a little bit of everything. We have heard that we want to grow as a city, and then we've also heard that we don't want to grow. We've heard resistance. We have heard that we want all different types of housing products. We want to encourage density so we can achieve transit. We want to be more mindful in regard to environmental stewardship. And then again, we've also heard that no, we don't mind a commute. We want large lots. We want the traditional way of life that we've become accustomed to. It really is across the board. We have heard from young individuals as well as seniors. We have heard from renters and property owners. The interesting thing through some of our public surveys have been the first survey that we did. It was pretty technical and it was a lengthy survey. And we heard from our community saying, hey, that's too technical. We don't understand what you're asking. We don't use that document on a day-to-day process. And so they asked us to be a little more simple and to ask things a little more directly. So we've learned from that. And so our second survey that we went out with was 5 questions, and 2 of them were very simple. It was, where are you located? And then the other one was, what was it? I can't remember. But the 2 majority, the meaty questions were, what type of housing do you want to see in your neighborhood, and what type of places do you want around us? So, we've tried to adjust accordingly. Oddly enough, originally we were hearing a lot from our frequent flyers. So our architects and our engineers, our land surveyors and our planners, that's since shifted. And now we're hearing more and more from our citizens. So it's an interesting balance as we move forward. And ultimately our goal is to engage and touch everyone so that they have an opportunity to participate in the process. And I guess we're just going to have to continue to learn how we can best do that.
Thank you so much.
Andrea, I have a question. This process is really interesting to me. I was curious what what do you see as the biggest challenge? Is it communicating that technical information to the general public? What is the biggest challenge from your point of view? And also, what are you most excited about in the outcome of this?
Thank you, Commissioner. I am really excited to create a plan and give us as a city the tools that we need to grow both efficiently as well as mindfully. So making sure that we're planning for those future generations. Whatever comes from this document, many of us probably won't see the fruits from, because it does take a really long time for these plans to be implemented over time. So that is, I think that's what we're most excited about, but really making sure that we grow and keep Boise what it is. So maintaining our foothills, making sure that we have a clean river system, that we have quality pedestrian services. We have an opportunity to choose how we get to and from places, and making sure that those routes are safe, but enjoyable as well.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, Andrea, thanks for the update. It's nice to hear how things are going. I'm listening to your presentation here, the thinking through, Boise's surrounded by other smaller cities. Is there any coordination going on with those other jurisdictions through this process? Are we keeping them abreast of how we're doing this? Because certainly Boise's, a big cog in a wheel, right, in the Treasure Valley. And I was just curious if there is any coordination going on with, Meridian, Eagle, Kuna, the outlying cities.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. That's a great question. Ultimately, we have representatives from all of our partnering agencies. So not only our local jurisdictions, but we also have the Environmental Protection Association. We have the Idaho Fish and Game. And then we also have our utility providers that are going to be important as well. So everything from transportation to those utilities. So we notify them each time we have a deliverable and let them know, here's where we're going. And then we also have some internal document sharing as well. So not only are we contacting those outside agencies, but we're also contacting our internal members, because we have arts and history and parks and recreation and the library. And we need to make sure that whatever we create in the zoning code rewrite is actually in alignment with their goals and their policies, and that we're not countering those. So we have opportunities for them to participate as well. And so we're giving them key opportunities each time that we come up with a deliverable to make sure that we're integrating their information as well.
Terrific. Great. Thank you.
Madam
Thank you
Chair.
so much. Commissioner Blanchard.
Oh,
Sorry.
thanks. Since there's only a couple of us here. Andrea, density has been kind of a driving factor at least in the city of Boise for the last, I don't know, 15 years or so. And I know you're seeing it across the country, just like the rest of us are, that upzoning is becoming a big thing, and really the end of like R1 zoning is happening all over the place. Do you get the sense that looking at feedback from residents that they understand these kinds of shifts that are happening across the country, and that, I mean, it's becoming much more real than it was, when I remember when you came to the city, and Ashley and I and everybody had been around for a while, and we've all been talking density for a long time, but it seems like it's much more real now than it ever has been. So I guess that's a question if you get a sense of that when you're looking at people's responses now, vis-a-vis 10 or 15 years ago.
Commissioner Blanchard, I think that, again, it's kind of a 50-50 split. The interesting part is I think that as society has changed, they are becoming more and more aware of the importance of some of our environmental factors. So whether that's global warming, water quality, and that our resources are not infinite, and that we have to use them a little more resourcefully and efficiently. So people are starting to understand that, but education is such a big piece, and it's going to be a really big piece of this, that density is oftentimes a scary word, but when people understand why we do have density, and it's not necessarily residential density, it can be commercial density as well. I mean, it's ultimately the placement of people in certain areas that, when we look at cost sharing, that if we have 8 people on a street to maintain a sewer or a water line, that's, quite expensive. But if we have 100 people, that cost share burden becomes much less, and making sure that if we place people in the right locations, then we have the ability to preserve some of those lands that we find precious to us, whether it's the foothills or making sure that we're preserving our river and the areas around that, and some of those sensitive lands that are so important to us. So I think people are starting to learn, but I think that that's my job, as well as all of ours. It's a shared job to really educate people of the importance of that, to make sure that our city can continue to grow in a way that is efficient, and that is actually a good way where we can support transit, and we can support different types of economic opportunities, those types of things.
Cool. Again, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Andrea, again.
Absolutely. Let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer that. And then, like I said, I'd love to direct you to our website to sign up to be on our email list, and to participate in some of the activities. And you can actually hear what our citizens are saying, because it's really important to understand where they're coming from and to be able to address their concerns. So I really do appreciate the time that you've given to me, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Andrea.
Yes, this won't be the last. So we'll see you soon, Andrea. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, with that, just wanted to update you all on some staffing changes. Carla Nelson has moved on from our team. She's now with the state, and we have hired internally an assistant planner. So I don't know if you'll see her much unless we have some appeals, which, famous last words, but we, she'll make her debut eventually. And then we do have a newer planner that started in January. And she'll be presenting tonight. That's Delaney Farnham. And so she'll be making her debut tonight with the last couple items this evening. Sorry about that. So let's go over the agenda real quick. Let's see. So we've got letter A, which is a time extension on Clear Creek Drive. It's not a public hearing, so we can put that on consent agenda. Number 1 is a variance to exceed the maximum background area for proposed sign on Capitol Boulevard. We are recommending, we're not recommending denial. The Design Review Committee recommended denial. So that will be a final decision before you all tonight. So we will hear that one. Number 2 is a modification to a development agreement and a PUD for 136 units plus self-storage on Cole Road. We are recommending approval. We didn't have anyone sign up in advance, so we can try for consent for that one. Item number 3 is a category 3 hillside permit and a preliminary plat for 8 buildable lots and 3 common lots on Hill Road. We are recommending approval. We did receive some opposition in a late correspondence packet, so we'll be hearing that one tonight. Number 4 is a rezone PUD and subdivision on Grover Street. We are recommending approval. We did receive some opposition, so we will be hearing that. Feel free to stop me if there's any questions. Number 5 is a waiver to curb gutter and sidewalk on Targhee and Philippi. We are recommending partial approval and partial denial, so we will hear that one tonight. Number 6 is a CUP for a food truck with alcohol sales near residential on State Street. So we're recommending approval, but we did receive neighborhood opposition. So we will be hearing that one tonight. Number 7 is CVA 21-4, a variance on Mitchell Street. We are recommending approval. We're not aware of any opposition, so we can try for consent. And number 8 is a CUP for self-service storage on Pineview, CUP 21-5. We are recommending approval. There is some opposition, so we will be hearing that. So I think the easier way to say that is that items up for consent will be item A, number 2, and number 7. And we will hear everything else. Does anyone have any questions? I don't believe we have any deferrals tonight.
Deferrals, isn't
Yeah.
A is a deferral, right?
No, A
Time
is
extension.
A is a time extension.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we've got 11 minutes, quick bathroom break, stretch it out, and we'll see you back here at 6. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. This is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. If the chat function isn't available for you, you can email zoninginfo@cityofboise.org with any technical issues. Our procedures for public hearings begin with a presentation from the planning team. Then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we'll proceed to public testimony, starting with those who are in person, and we do have several people here tonight. Then who signed up on the online sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you're attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Tonight's agenda and proceedings might have a bit of a delay as we all navigate through this technology. Please be courteous and kind while we venture through this hybrid format. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Celine. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances and appeals, and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it's important you give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and if there's no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few moments ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then the public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. And this is certainly the biggest crowd we've had in chambers in a year. So welcome. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Zed,
Here.
Schaefer,
Here.
Squires,
Here.
Blanchard,
Here.
Moore,
Here.
Gillespie.
Here. 6 present, 2 absent.
Okay, without objection, I will place item A. This is PUD 16-40 for Taylor Jean Homes on the consent agenda. This is a time extension for 1575 South Clear Creek Drive, a request for a 2-year time extension on a conditional use permit for a 12-unit planned residential development. The next item for consideration on the consent agenda is item number 2. This is CAR 21-5, South Beck and Baird at 580 North Cole Road. This is a modification to development agreement for permitted uses and site layout, and PUD 20-50 for South Beck and Baird, conditional use permit for a planned mixed-use development. Is the applicant present? I see that they are. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? No, let the record note that they are. And is there anybody present tonight that was wishing to testify in opposition of this item tonight? Please virtually raise your hand if you're online, or raise your hand if you're here in person. Okay, seeing none, then we'll place item 2 on the consent agenda. The last item for consideration of the consent agenda is item number 7. This is CVA 21-4 FlexSpace LLC at 665 North Mitchell Street, a variance to encroach on the northern setback. Is the applicant present tonight? And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Let the record reflect that they are. Is there anybody present tonight that is wishing to test in opposition of item number 7 tonight? Please virtually raise your hand or in person. Okay, seeing none, we will place item 7 on the consent agenda, and the chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda consisting of items A, 2, and 7, along with all the related terms and conditions in the staff report.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Schaefer. If there are no questions, then will the clerk please call the vote?
Zed,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. First up is item number 1. This is CVA 20-59 for David Baker, AIM Sign Company at 101 South Capitol Boulevard. This is a variance to exceed the maximum background area. And we'll start with staff. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Caitlin Manouge with the Design Review Division.
Madam Chair, Caitlin, sorry for a second. Michael, who's our IT person, I can't share the screen for some reason.
Would you say your name again?
Yes, I'm Caitlin Manouge.
Caitlin, is this your first go around with this gang?
No way.
I think it's my third.
Well, that's just what happens when you work with the elderly. It's always a first time for me.
That's good.
Well, it's been a long time since we've all seen each other's faces. too,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So hard to keep track. We've been rotating on the commission, just 2 commissioners at a time for many months. So it's nice to now have.
Thank you
3.
for covering for me.
Yeah, you got it, Milt.
Chairman. So are we still waiting?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Dance to do for us.
He's working on it. I'm gonna just try this way. Just gonna share through here. I logged in myself, but I wouldn't think it would make a difference.
I could reread that line about thank you for your patience as we all navigate through the technology.
I'll just go into Outlook and through Zoom here. Still on Zoom. Is it because I logged in rather than you? It shouldn't matter, right? We've never had this happen before. Join with video. Join with that video. Okay. Like that. Close this. And then share screen. Yes. Okay, we'll make it work.
All right, I think we're good to go. Okay, so this is a request for a sign variance to exceed the maximum background area in the Capitol Boulevard Special Design Overlay District. And the process for these is the Design Review Committee forwards a recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Commission, who makes the decision. So for simplicity, I'm going to refer to the Main Street side as north and Capitol Boulevard as the east, and so on. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of North Capitol Boulevard and West Main Street at 101 South Capitol Boulevard. The applicant is proposing to remove the existing wall sign facing south and install 2 new wall signs. According to our records, the existing sign was approved at 329 square feet in 1998 and was approved because it was smaller than the existing sign on the building at that time. The proposed signs are each 570 square feet for a total of 1,140 square feet, which exceeds the max 65 square feet allowed in the Capitol Boulevard overlay. The proposed sign design is updated to align with the company's current branding and has a linear format instead of the current stacked design. The US Bank letters are 10 feet tall, the red logo cabinet is 13 feet tall, and the sign is approximately 52 feet wide. Both the current sign and the proposed signs are illuminated. The Capitol Boulevard Special Design District essentially extends one block on either side of Capitol Boulevard. There are additional sign criteria within the overlay to ensure signage does not detract from the Capitol Boulevard District overlay. So one wall sign up to 65 square feet is allowed for each street frontage. This would allow one 65 square foot building wall sign on Main Street and one along Capitol Boulevard, but the applicant is proposing each wall sign to be 570 square feet with one facing southeast at an angle to Capitol Boulevard and the other facing southwest towards the Grove Plaza. The applicant has identified their hardship or exceptional circumstance for the variance request to be the large size of the building and the need for building identification and visibility. The applicant has provided some photos showing limited visibility from the east and west. So currently from Front and 6th, the existing sign is visible, but the proposed sign would be more visible. And then also from Myrtle and 11th, you can barely see the existing sign, but the proposed sign would be facing more directly towards this intersection. The design review committee and staff did not find that the large size of the building to be unique to this building, as many large buildings were existing at the time of the 65 square foot max sign area. Similarly, most building signs have areas of limited visibility downtown, and the applicant has not demonstrated a hardship unique to this site. The existing sign is also visible when traveling down the corridor from the Boise Depot into downtown and already exceeds the current sign area maximum. The design review committee and staff also found that approval of the variance to allow larger signs would conflict with the comprehensive plan by taking away the pedestrian environment and taking away from the preserved view down the Capitol Boulevard corridor. So the design review committee has forwarded a recommendation of denial of the sign variance, and staff also recommends the commission deny the request. The applicant did not identify a hardship or an exceptional circumstance that cannot be readily applied to other properties in the district, and the request conflicts with the goals of Blueprint Boise. We have not received any written public testimony on this item. I do have the variance criteria that I can put up if needed. And I believe I can stand for questions, and I believe David Baker with the applicant team is also present.
Thank you. Great. We will next move to the applicant, David Baker, in person or online.
I'm not sure.
Okay. David Baker, I don't see you here. So if you're online, please virtually raise your hand. I do see, oh great, AIM Sign Company. Yep. Great. Just give us a moment. Okay, when you're ready, please go ahead and unmute. Start with your name and address, and you'll have up to 10 minutes. You're also welcome to turn your video on if you'd like to.
David Baker, 1976 South Century Way in Boise. And I'm just going to share my screen here real quick. So just to give you an idea of what 65 square foot is, it's about the size of the A on the existing sign. And so from the standpoint of the bank, they're concerned about the competitive nature of having a smaller sign in relation to bank buildings just a block away.
Mr. Baker, sorry, we're not seeing your screen. I just wanted to mention that if you thought you were sharing it.
Is
there
that any better?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
100% better.
So yes, this is the existing US Bank sign on the elevation that we're proposing to remove. And then as you can see, the A in US Bank is about 65 square foot. And then showing some of the competing signs in the area, the bank has concerns with. The tower here, the Zions Bank sign is approximately 600 square feet. And the First Interstate Bank sign this one here is about 250 square feet. Now, granted, these two examples are outside of the Capitol Boulevard overlay district. However, the size of the US Bank building indicates that it will be visible generally away from just the Capitol Boulevard corridor. As you can also see from the approach from the connector, the difference between the presence of the Zions Bank building here on the left versus what the US Bank building has on the right, circled in red. And so if we're unable to approve both signs, we would like to see if there's any possibility of approving a larger sign on the elevation circled in red here, and what the commission's thoughts are in regard to that. And that'll conclude my comments here for now.
Great, thank you. Before we move to questions, I would ask for a representative from the Downtown Neighborhood Association, if we have anybody present. I don't think so, but if anybody's online to represent the Downtown Neighborhood Association, please virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to questions from the commission for the applicant or for staff.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
this question for the applicant. Mr. Applicant, can you give your name again?
David Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. So my question for you is, in your letter of application, you said that, quote, buildings of this size were not considered when calculating the wall sign allowance for this zone. What leads you to believe that's true?
Well, so the sign that's proposed at 570 square feet represents about 3% of that entire elevation on that corner of the US Bank building. Other signs, and I gave some examples, can go up to 15% of their wall area.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'm just wondering if in the legislative debate at City Council about when this particular ordinance was written, if your statement means you don't think they were cognizant of the size of your building when they wrote this piece of city code.
I am not sure the cityscape. I don't have a photo of 1998. However, I do know the US Bank building has been around for quite some time. I'm not sure of the timeline of other high-rise signage. The more recent examples I gave were installed within the last few years, however.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard, and then we'll go to Commissioner Schaefer.
a question for staff really quickly. What would we have to find in the variance? What do we have to find to grant a variance on this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Blanchard, I could share my screen and bring up the variance criteria.
Chris, I think the short answer is some sort of hardship. And she's about to put up that language.
So Commissioner Blanchard, the approval criteria are mostly the same as any other variance. We do have the hardship or exceptional circumstance. Granting of the variance will not be in conflict with the comprehensive plan. And then granting the variance will not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. And then we also have additional approval criteria for a variance that says a variance cannot be applied to a sign that is prohibited. So this type of sign is not a prohibited sign. A wall sign is an allowed sign if it meets the dimensional requirements and placement requirements. And then non-conforming signs in the vicinity surrounding the subject site cannot be used to justify a special circumstance.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, following up on Milt's questioning for staff here. Caitlin, can you walk us through the history of the Capitol Boulevard Overlay District? When was that enacted?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, I believe that the Capitol Boulevard Special Design Overlay District was created in 1998. And I believe that's about the same time that 65 square foot requirement came to be. That was listed in those documents. I believe there's been several buildings constructed before that. The US Bank building was previously other banks before it was US Bank, and they received a height exception in 1976, and I believe they probably finished construction around 1978.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions from the commission, and we don't have anybody signed up in advance. Is there anybody online or in person that would like to testify on this item tonight? Please come on up or virtually raise your hand. And then still seeing none, we'll move to a rebuttal from the applicant. If you'd like to take that time, though there wasn't any opposition necessarily from the public. Mr. Baker, would you like to use your 5-minute rebuttal time?
No, I think I've covered everything prior, so I'll defer that.
Great, thank you. And we will now close this portion of the hearing, and the item is before the commission.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Glassby.
Thank you. I move that we deny CVA 20-59 for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Squires. Is there discussion, Commissioner Glassby?
Madam Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I think the code is very, very clear, and at over 500 feet versus 65, the difference is pretty large. I think we should accept the recommendation of the Design Review Committee. I think if you read the Design Review Committee report, they suggested that there's some middle ground that they would be willing to consider. So I would encourage the applicant to go back to that, work with the city staff and design review to find that middle ground and to see if that middle ground is better than what they have now. And I am at a personal level sort of sympathetic to what US Bank would like to do. But I think the code and the comp plan are pretty clear that that's not what the council intended when they wrote these statutes and developed the comp plan. So that's where I'm at.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
Thank you. I completely agree with Milt's assessment. There's just truly no exceptional hardship here. And to point to those other banks and their signs, they're simply not in the Capitol Boulevard Overlay District. To me, that is not a valid argument to make. I do believe there's some wiggle room. One of the questions that I was pondering is, if the applicant were to come in at the existing square footage, which is clearly still over the requirements, however, is there a way to make the sign pop within that same square footage? That would be something that I would be open to considering. However, the argument does not make the findings, and I'm fully supportive of the denial. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
I will not be supporting the motion. I believe that there is an exceptional circumstance here in that the U.S. Bank building is in a particular place where there are all these compounding things with zoning and the comp plan, and then within the Capitol Boulevard matrix there, we're very shortly going to have a ICCU building that is the same size or actually larger to the east that everyone has just approved. That's likely going to have larger signage. The Zions Bank building already has larger signage. There's nothing that this sign would contribute to visual clutter. So, and I think very likely, since this is one of the first buildings that was put up, large buildings in downtown, I think it was the first high rise. I would argue that council probably likely really didn't know what they were doing when they approved this or wrote the sign. I think the sign code is probably outdated and is something that needs to be revised in the zoning process right now to account for the high rises. I mean, there's still people today who don't believe that Boise's growing. And frankly, when this building was built, no one ever thought Boise would be this size. And so to think that we actually probably had a good handle on what high-rise signage regulations should look like, I find that to be doubtful. So I will not be supporting this.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Yeah, I'd just like to respond to Chris's argument. It's an argument that, at least in some sense, I agree with. I think the question for the city and us is, what's the proper way to modify the ordinance? And to me, the proper way to modify the ordinance is not to grant a variance when there clearly isn't a variance as designed in the code. It's just, we don't like the ordinance. So the right thing to happen here is for city council to go back and rewrite that ordinance and change the 65 number or the 15 number. Because granting a hardship when there clearly isn't a hardship is, to me, a problematic way to do things. In other words, legislation by variance, I don't think is in the long run the effective way to go here. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I'm going to be supporting the motion. I agree with the comments from Milt and Ashley thus far. I think the key here is that the fact the building is located in the Capital Overlay District. The building was existing when that overlay district was created. I can guarantee they discussed that building and the potential impacts of that overlay when they created the district. So I agree with Milt's comments that there was a reason it was written as such, and I don't see any hardship being on display here this evening. So therefore, I'm in agreement with the motion and will be supporting. That said, actually real quick too, I am open to finding the middle ground. You know, I do agree that 65 is probably too small. So there is some middle ground there. I agree that the applicant could take another stab at it with design review and city staff. I think that we can find a middle ground that's at least closer to the intent of the overlay district. Thanks.
Okay, I guess I will just add that I'm also going to support the motion, and I agree with Commissioner Gillespie. You know, we're not here to decide which code to implement and which code not to implement. There is a specific overlay district on that building, which does make a different case than some of the buildings even nearby. So for that reason, I will be supporting the motion. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Nay.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, moving on to item number 3. This is CFH 20-130 for Rodney Evans and Partners, PLLC at 5802 West Hill Road. Also, this is SUB 20-62 for Hayes Silver's subdivision. We've got a Category 3 hillside development permit, as well as a preliminary plot for a residential subdivision. And we'll start with staff. Please go ahead, Mr. Moser.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Before you is a Category 3 hillside development permit for the grading associated with the permit for a residential subdivision on 4.02 acres located at 5802 West Hill Road in R1C, single-family residential, 8 units an acre zone. A preliminary plat comprised of 8 buildable and 3 common lots is also proposed. The property is located east of Pierce Park Lane along the north side of Hill Road. The property is owned R1C and could potentially allow up to 32 units an acre based on the zoning. However, based on the physical and the fire department constraints of this hillside property, the applicant is only proposing a total of 8 buildable lots, which will be developed with single-family detached homes. Here's the subdivision plat. There are 2 open space common lots here shown in green. The lots will be accessed from a private street, which will also be held within a common lot maintained by the HOA. To prevent additional curb cuts, cross access will be maintained for the adjacent properties fronting Hill Road. The site plan details a 5-foot attached sidewalk in front of the buildable lots along the east side of the private road leading to Hill Road. The existing topography for the subject property is relatively flat near Hill Road. Steeper slopes up to 40% are found in the northern portions of the property, yet there is a level area where the home currently sits, which could be utilized for construction of the new homes for the northern, or which would be utilized for the construction of the new homes for the northern lots. The proposed grading for the entire site will amount to approximately 299 cubic yards or 20 to 30 truck trips of excess material, which will be removed from the property or the subject property. Grading for the lower lots will be minimal. Public Works has determined that the proposal meets the technical requirements of the Hillside Ordinance. We have received comments from the Hillside Coordinator, which is here, who is also here tonight and this evening, to address the hillside concerns, and the fire requirements for the residential will require residential sprinklers and compliance with the wildland urban interface standards. The applicant will be extending sewer and water services to the site. 2 letters were received from the neighbors in advance of this hearing, raising a variety of concerns, including grading, runoff, broader environmental impacts, economic impacts, and property value impacts, and concerns with the intensity of development proposed. Despite these concerns raised by the neighbors, the planning team finds the development adheres to the requirements of the Hillside Development Ordinance and recommends approval. The commission will make final determination on the Hillside application and then recommend to City Council on the subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. I will next hear from the applicant. Welcome, Mr. Semple. Please start with your name and address, and we'll start with 10 minutes.
Good evening, Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1014 South LaPointe Street, Suite 3, Boise 83706. I want to thank David for his presentation. I think he did a great job encapsulating what the proposal has within it. Again, this is for the Hayes Silver subdivision and the associated grading, proposing 8 single-family lots on 4.02 acres in a current R1C zone that would allow up to 8 units per acre. This is also within a suburban land use designation, the comprehensive plan. The R1C that would allow up to 8 units an acre, or equating to 32 units. Our proposal with 8 units would be 1.99 units an acre is what that breaks down to, which is below the R1A density allowance of 2.1 units per acre. The lots, all lot sizes exceed the R1C zone minimum and R1B and R1A in some cases. This is a lower density than Belmar 2, which is to the west of here, which is within an R1B zone. Only 8 buildable lots will be developed, with the other open space common lots being dedicated in perpetuity to the subdivision and maintained by the HOA. They will not be redeveloped. That will be within the CC&Rs of the subdivision. The development of the property, we feel, is predictable, as this was zoned R1C and has been since it was annexed and zoned in 2016 from the R6 county designation to R1C. This is the same as multiple properties to the west, north, and east, which were all annexed at the same time. They all came in at R1C, which leads, along with the suburban land use designation in the comp plan, that this area would be redeveloped. It does fall within an area that of the anticipated change in the comp plan. There is some redevelopment that was slated to occur in this area. The suburban land use in the comprehensive plan allows for density ranges of 3 to 5 units an acre. So we are below that. The layout and the design of this site was due to the topography, which is challenging in some areas. We do feel that we've addressed that very well with the grading. We are leaving the northern portion of it that David touched on that has some pretty steep slopes, virtually untouched, other than some armored conveyance swales that will be installed to intercept drainage coming from off-site, directed to an on-site drainage facility, thereby reducing runoff, even compared to pre-development runoff. It also help intercept any eroded soils as the road goes into cut at about the bottom of the lots just south of that T turnaround. I believe they're lots 5 and 6 as designated on the preliminary plat. We will be intercepting that with some inlets and a piped system in order to direct it to a subsurface seepage bed in the flatter portions of the site. So there will be no drainage that leaves the site. There may be some incidental water that comes off of non-graded natural areas that currently does run to the same locations. If we identify some areas that do need additional drainage consideration, we're open to installing some additional catches. All roof drainage will be directed to that same system through a pipe system, again, effectively reducing or eliminating runoff from the site. The private road that will be built will also have a dedicated infiltration system put in there, so water that's coming down through the flag and about to hit Hill Road will get intercepted and again put into a subsurface system. This has all been reviewed by Geotech. The geotechnical engineers, Atlas, formerly Materials Testing and Inspection from here in Boise. They handle multiple foothills developments. The civil engineering firm that was selected also has done very large scale development projects, including Hidden Springs at Cartwright Ranch. So they're well versed in dealing with challenging hillsides and are very comfortable with their engineering practices, as are we. The home lots will be graded as part of the subdivision process to accommodate flat 2% driveways that also allows for a staging area during home construction. The homes will be, the future homes, while they have not been designed yet, it is a known thing that these will be built to accommodate the slopes. They will not flatten them like you see in some of the other subdivisions where they create a terraced effect. Most of these will be set into the hillside, have sort of a daylight situation with their driveways and then a walk up. And in addition to the Category 3 hillside development process that the subdivision goes through, each individual lot will have to go through a Category 2 hillside development application process to further vet that design and the grading of the individual lots to ensure that they comply with all of the hillside development requirements, including the WUI setbacks as determined by the fire department, as well as stormwater grading and erosion protection. As I talked about, the limited disturbance on the upper portion of these lots will allow for the foothills feeling to be maintained, the vegetation to remain, and then the minimal grading to create armored conveyances will be placed with the angular riprap to help slow water down, eliminate erosion potential, and eventually just blend back into the foothills environment that's up there. The developer and owner of this property lived at this property. It's his family's property. So he's well aware of the slopes, the vegetation, wildlife that's on the site. And touching on the vegetation, there are some trees that were planted when his family built the house on the lot. They were planted around the home. Those are the trees that'll be removed. The ones at the lower end fall within the common lot that is effectively not graded other than the area right next to the entry road. So those trees will be maintained. I know there were some concerns about wildlife utilizing those, as well as a remnant tree from an old orchard that may have some historical significance. I discussed that with the owner and developer, and those are going to remain. If that needs to be inventoried, definitely open for that. Retaining walls will be installed as part of the subdivision improvements in order to create the turnaround at the top, as well as to accommodate the cut of the road as you get towards the top. Effectively, this screens the properties to the west from any headlights coming out of the turnaround at the top. That wall's about 6 feet tall. It will not exceed 6 feet, as that would be within the side setback. Let's see. As David stated as well, the project does comply with the Category 3 development, hillside development guidelines. We had a hillside grading workshop a few weeks ago, and that was lightly attended by some neighbors, but we did work through some of the grading issues with the city staff, as well as the fire department, to make sure that we're complying with all of their regulations. One of the things that David touched on briefly is the fact that we are extending water and sewer as part of this project. Right now, there's not a water main in Hill Road east of Belmar 2 or northwest of about Outlook Street to the east on Hill Road. So there's about a mile there where there's no water main. This project will extend a water main 1,400 feet from the west all the way across the frontage of this property, thereby effectively providing for additional water service. Most of these lots in this area or adjacent to it operate on wells and septic. So this will bring water to an area that has not had a water main. That is at the cost of the developer. And they're extending the sewer from the easternmost portion of Hill Road of the lot in front of them through an easement and up the flag into the property to provide municipal sewer that could theoretically be connected into by properties to the west, but it would be challenging to get across there. But I just wanted to bring that up because we are installing sewer in an area that I know has been problematic with septic and wells. There was some discussion about the subdivision that's immediately to the west having occurred in the county at some point in time in the past without ever requiring fire protection or water main extensions or anything like that. So we feel like this, along with the water main for potable service, also would provide for fire hydrants in the area. All the buildings will be sprinkled as well, as meeting all the other WUI requirements for setbacks. I think that touches on the majority of the items that I wanted to, and ultimately we feel like the development is a great lower density development of this property. It provides for additional housing, but it also provides for the protection of hillside areas and the foothills zone that it falls within. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Simple. Before we get to questions, I will ask if there's anybody present to represent the Collister Neighborhood Association. If anybody online, please virtually raise your hand or in attendance tonight. Okay, not seeing anybody, then we will go to questions from the commission for staff or the applicant.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Question for the applicant. Ben, nice job in your presentation. Just real quick, fairly early on, you mentioned some off-site runoff that you're contending with on the property. Is that just natural off-site, foothills runoff, or is there actually drainage structure, like draining runoff into your property?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, it's just the natural runoff that comes off the hillside above. There's not a draw or anything that leads into this area. We're just accommodating, per the hillside requirements, anything that runs onto the property from off.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I had.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
This is to both you guys. Do we have a picture of the subdivision layout, the schematic, with the topo lines, with something about like where the building pads will be? So I can get a sense of how the houses are situated, particularly on lots 7, 6, and 5. So those are the top 3 lots. Let's just wait a minute, see if he has one. Because there's one there's a staff report that looks like it. That was the one that you had on originally, I think, Dave, that had the vertical scales,
Yes.
but it didn't show it didn't show like where the building envelopes are on those upper lots. Hold on just a second.
The original one I had a presentation realized was the original proposal. This is the one with the 8 lots.
Can you
But
make
this is-
that so we can actually see it?
Sure, I can zoom in.
And Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
can you slide that? Yeah. So Ben, can you, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that turnaround falls actually below or south of the existing home. You can see sort of that flat area in the middle of lot 6. That's the current driveway to the existing home. So the driveways for the new homes would be, if you're looking at that screen to the right of those topo lines, there's a 2% driveway there. So the home would get built into that slope that is created essentially where the existing home is right now. And then you'd have a daylight basement to the south and then your home above there. So the impact of those building envelopes really goes to the back side of what is existing out there right now. And then anything north of that would be protected without any grading activities or footprint. And if we need to restrict the building envelopes within there.
David, could you
we're open to that.
slide the picture to the other way? So do you see that diagonal? It looks like a swale.
Yeah, that's
through there. So tell me, where are the houses are all going to be much, much closer to the road, aren't they? Way to the front.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that is true. Where you see the lot numbers, the 5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
that would be about the extent of the rear of those homes. That diagonal swale is an armored conveyance that we're installing to intercept the drainage. And then where it discharges, about where you see that little label that says TOW, BOW,
Yeah.
there's an inlet right there. That
It goes
area
in.
right there is actually about 5 feet with the cut is about 2 to 5 feet below the grade of the adjacent lot. And there will be a direct inlet there to intercept the drainage. So that kind of flat, open white area that's just above that is the space where the homes would fall.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Just second set of questions on like, where is the WUI 30-foot dimension? Is it basically between each of the lots? And then I'm a little bit confused as to, so 6, like you see that dashed line that's essentially a rectangle.
Mhm.
That's not a lot line. What is it? Because the lot goes all the way back to the property line, doesn't it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that represents just the required setbacks of the site based on
With the
code.
WUI number in
With the
it.
WUI, yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay.
there's 30 feet, that dash line on each one. We have a 30-foot setback from all perimeters, north, east, and west on this project. We actually provided that on the southern property boundary as well, just to help protect that.
So that's
common
the
open
WUI
space.
number, right?
Yes.
The 30-foot. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions from the commission, we will next move to public testimony. So if we have anybody in person that would like to testify on this, please come on up to the podium. And if we have anybody online that would like to testify, please virtually raise your hand. We'll start first with in chambers here. So please go ahead, sir, start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Adam Alexander, 6101 North Plano. This proposed development is immediately adjacent to my west property line. And one of the more interesting things is suddenly over just the past couple of months, I've been getting all of these notices about developments that are exactly in the same area. Not just this one, but the lots below, the lots south of Hill Road, and some other ones. And it's too much to deal with. I've lived in Boise for 40 years within a mile of this location. And I've lived there for 12 years. And it's stunning to me how you can envision putting that many homes into this small area. I think Cooper and his dad who live there and wonderful neighbors, but logically I would see maybe 1 or 2 homes in there, no more. And then the same applies for, you're talking about 2 herds of deer that are about 36 head that come through there every night. And I can tell you, there's not a square foot of my property that isn't hoof prints. That's how many are coming through there. And they go down to the Farmers Canal. So when you put all of this in, you block it all off with fencing or whatever, what happens? It's a fire area. This was bought as a county. I bought it, 12 years ago. And as a county property, there's a lot of restrictions and there's a lot of difficulties. This soil is not your friend. And as Cooper knows, this sand is a son of a gun to deal with. I've got issues with it, okay? Just straight out. And I've learned to try and live with it, but good luck. It's a wonderful technical presentation, but I hadn't even heard about this until a month ago. So I just listened to all of this. You can't fight City Hall and you can't fight development. But at the same time, I would urge the council to look very carefully at what's going on here.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We'll next move to online testimony. I think Tori Jameson is the next one up. Please go ahead and unmute when you're ready. You can start your video too if you'd prefer. Start with your name and address and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Laura Jameson. Address is 5887 West Lamplighter Lane, Boise 83703. I am the property immediately to the west that has the longest property line along this proposed subdivision. I'm going to mention that we did not get notification that there was a grading meeting out on the lot. Otherwise, we would have attended. Our biggest concern is that the turnaround is at an elevation that is equivalent to our lot that is in line with the side of our house. The retaining wall that goes along the edge of that area does not, it ends before the turnaround as far as I can tell and per information that I received from Melissa last week. And we are within 35 feet of the lot line. So we are going to be taking headlights from the bulk of the anticipated 72 car trips that are in this community, which is a 700% increase from what we have now, which is 9.
Erosion too.
Oh, yes, as per our neighbor that we can see across the way, we do deal with erosion as well. And we can attest to the many herds of deer that come through our lot on a nightly basis.
And like our neighbor, we had to buy a tractor to deal with the erosion. It's no joke. It's basically a sand mud hill.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. Sorry, you can have an additional 3 minutes if you'd like, but we just, for the record, need to keep that clear. So if Ms. Jameson is finished, then we can move on to the next testimony.
You.
Are you finished, Ms. Jameson?
Yes, I just would like to have an open conversation about the location of the road and what we can do to mitigate the headlights that are going to be hitting our house.
Okay, thank you. And then now we can move to the next. Please, again, start with your name and address, and you'll also have 3 minutes.
So my name's Tori Jameson. I live at 5887 West Lamplighter Lane, Boise, Idaho, 83703. And I share the concerns, the exact same concerns with the neighbor to the east. This isn't regular dirt. It's basically a sand mud hill based on the report from I forgot the name of the company that did the report, but it constantly overflows our walls. So we have barrier walls as well to hold, we've got about a 6-foot wall, and we're constantly trying to keep it from overspilling with debris that's just running down the hill naturally. If you go and dig out the upper lots 5, 6, and 7, I'm afraid what's going to happen to the integrity of the whole hill. It's not unprecedented. It's been entire, subdivisions that are sliding down a hill, and I just don't want it to be one of those. I'm not claiming to be an expert on, the topology of the dirt around here, but I share the same concerns as the neighbor to the east. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight? Please virtually raise your hand or come on up to the podium. Okay, we do have one hand up. Just give us a moment while Cooper, go ahead and please unmute when you're ready. Start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. You're also welcome to turn on your video if you'd like to.
Hi all, my name is Cooper Kalasik. I live at 1723 West Eastman in Boise, Idaho, and just moved from 4600 North Ginzel. I own the property at 5802 Hill Road as well. I am empathetic of the community's comments on the soil and the unique conditions that living on a hillside propose. I have 3.5 acres up on Ginzel, 3.5 acres up off of Cartwright. Of course, this 4-acre parcel that we're discussing. And, I would like to add that having lived there most of my life, since I was 17, and as an adult lived on a hillside, it does bring very unique challenges. And this is why we've put the team together that I know the commission is familiar with, and professionals in each area required to execute on a subdivision development of this type. One of the main focuses of this project was to make sure that we provided a low density as to keep from having larger density subdivision put in down the road. And having grown up there, we're very cognizant of all of the wildlife, the deer, everything that's cool about living on a hillside. The build team that's working on this project is also what I would consider some of the premier hillside builders, and we're very familiar with these projects and have limited who's able to, are planning on limit who's able to build in this project as to prevent any issues that have been raised. King Building and Remodeling, John King. Noah Richter has a lot reserved. We have done projects like these on multiple occasions, and we've designed it appropriately. But I appreciate everybody, taking their time to bring their comments forward. During the hillside workshop, we discussed ways to mitigate any of the headlights and disruption to the neighbors. And I would just like to assure everybody that as born and raised guy from Idaho and somebody who's lived on a hillside for much of that time, that we're aware of the challenges that face us and are well equipped with the appropriate professionals to get this project executed with minimal impact to the hillside. And that's all I have.
Okay, great. Do we have anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight? Please virtually raise your hand. Okay, great. Seeing none, we'll move back to the applicant for a 5-minute rebuttal.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Ben Semple, 1014 South LaPointe Street, Suite 3. Thanks, Cooper, for adding that in there. And I just want to echo what he said. We did, I read through the neighbor letters. I know that Laura, one of the neighbors, did attend the grading workshop that was online. We did it virtually down here. We did have a discussion during that workshop regarding the headlights at that turnaround. Initially, our plan did have that turnaround a little further up the hill to where it probably would have been exposed a little bit more where cars were turning around. With the new design, it actually drops that road below the level of the property line by about 5 to 6 feet. So a combination of the wall plus our buffer there that'll allow for some additional landscaping. And then we'll work during construction to identify any other areas that might have an impact from cars turning around there. It's really just those 3 lots at the top that are going to use that turnaround anyway. The lower lots have their own driveways that they can back out of and won't have to utilize the turnaround at the top. With erosion, yeah, the geotechnical engineer has reviewed our preliminary grading plan. They did not have any concerns. They issued a letter that said that they felt that this development was appropriate for this site and that this site could support that development. Touching on the fire safety, it's obviously a huge thing in the foothills, very cognizant of that, complying with all the WUI setback requirements. And we are having an independent fire safety plan developed at the request of the fire department to ensure that there is adequate fire protection, not only through the individual sprinkling of the homes, but installed fire hydrants that will allow service to the homes and the surrounding area immediately adjacent. And then making sure people can get in and out without any issues during any potential fire, which obviously we hope does not happen. So I just want to reinforce again too, we're doing 8 single family homes. Granted, a 4-acre property on the hillside wouldn't technically support 32 with the location, but we do feel that this is very appropriate in terms of lot size and design. And with that, I would stand for any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Semple. With that, we'll actually close this portion of the hearing, and the item is before the commission.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I'm going to recommend, approval of SUB 20-62 and approve CFH 20-130 with all the terms and conditions as written in the staff report.
Second.
I heard a second from Commissioner Moore. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to the applicant and to everyone who spoke tonight on this item. I'll be pretty brief here. I think the applicant's done a nice job finding a density that works with the site itself. I think that's obviously the driver here, the hillsides and the existing conditions of the property. When you take a step back and you look at the surrounding area, the property has existing homes to both sides, the east and to the west. Then obviously, the house that's there now will be removed, but there's development on 3 of the 4 sides of the property. And when you're talking about infill, I'd much rather see these 8 lots placed here, adjacent in close proximity to Hill Road, rather than in a new subdivision placed further up into the foothills or in a new subdivision higher up, where you have even greater challenges of construction. I think the staff report did a nice job of covering all the bases. This is the first in a series of reviews that these properties will go through with the city to make sure that they're built, constructed in compliance with the ordinances and, suitable for the hillside. So I feel comfortable knowing that there's going to be additional reviews. Having said that, I think they've done a nice job fitting the properties onto the site. They're going to additional expense to add sidewalks along the private drive, so we have nice connectivity. They're extending water and sewer services to the property, which is a tremendous expense as well, and also in my mind helps alleviate some of the concerns over fire hazards around the area. So again, I think they're doing as thorough a job as you could do for a development of this nature. And again, I'm comfortable proceeding knowing that there's going to be additional reviews as the individual lots develop themselves.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
Just to add on to that, I support the motion. And especially looking at the site, utilizing portions of the site that have already been built on, already been graded, just in an attempt to modify things a little bit less. Utilizing WUI setbacks all the way around, even though I think that southern portion, if I remember correctly, is not required. Extending utilities, I mean, just going kind of above and beyond what is necessarily required to create a good site.
Okay, we have a motion to approve CFH 20-103 and SUB 20-64. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Ned,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute break now and return for item 4. We'll be back at about 10 after.
Chris, are you cracking a beer?
Not yet.
You just relax there.
I decided to go sit on the couch.
Okay, thank you. A couple minutes past here, but we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Holmes, we'll start. Oh, let me tell you what number we're on. This is item number 4. This is CAR 21-3 for Green Mountain Resources and Planning at 5454 West Grover Street, the rezone of approximately 2.75 acres. Also PUD 20-48. Conditional use permit for a planned residential development, and SUB 21-14 for Grover Townhomes for preliminary plat for residential subdivision. Go ahead, Mr. Holmes.
Madam Chair, sorry, Kevin. I believe we're going to lose a commissioner here, so I just want to put that on the record. Commissioner Squires, I believe, is leaving, so just want to put that on the record. We still have quorum, but just for the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Squires, feel better.
Okay, sorry, Kevin, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Good to see you. Yeah, as you said, this request before you tonight is for a rezone of 2.75 acres from an R1C single family residential zoning to an R2D medium density residential with design review. Also included is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 16 existing multifamily units arranged as fourplexes, which are proposed to remain, and 12 new townhomes. Preliminary plat application is also included to establish individual lots for each of the existing fourplexes and the individual townhome lots. Property shown here in red is located on the corner of Grover and Philippi Streets, just to the southwest of the Franklin and Orchard Community Activity Center. The subject property has a compact land use designation, and an existing R1C zoning is shown here. Compact land use designation allows for a variety of zones, including the requested R2D zone. Other properties zoned R2 lie directly to the southeast, and the remaining surrounding properties are zoned R1C. Residential uses surround the property with a mixture of densities, including single-family homes, duplexes, and multifamily homes. Directly adjacent to the subject property are detached and townhome-style single-family homes, and nearby to the north, about 600 feet, is a multifamily development along Franklin Road. With these applications, the density of the property is proposed to increase from 6.6 to 11.6 units per acre, under the 14.5 units per acre allowed in the requested R2 zone. And it's actually remarkably similar to the density of the existing townhomes zoned R2 just across Philippi Street. A bus stop is on the subject property itself, and Philippi Street is also designated as a bikeway by ACHD. Nearby amenities include Franklin Park just to the northeast and the commercial retail services present at the Franklin and Orchard Community Activity Center. The planned development is arranged as shown here on the right, with the existing configuration shown for reference on the left. 10 of the 12 proposed townhomes are located behind the existing multifamily fourplexes, with a new drive running parallel to the western property line, providing vehicle access. Each new home is proposed to have individual garages and From a site-wide level, so including both garages and surface parking, 59 spaces are being proposed. 4 of these spaces are shown in setbacks and are recommended to be removed, leaving 55 total spaces, just over the 51 spaces required by code. 15-foot setbacks landscaped with quite large mature trees and 6-foot solid wood fencing buffer the adjacent single-family properties to the north and west. Frontages are proposed to be improved with 5-foot detached sidewalks and associated trees and landscaping. The proposed townhomes range from approximately 1,700 to 2,400 square feet in size and are both 2 and 3 story. All buildings are under the 35-foot height limit of both the proposed R2D zone and the adjacent R1C zone. Proposed amenities shown here in green include a dog park, barbecue pavilion, and playground. Also included is a 10-foot wide public pathways easement that will be dedicated along the canal to the north. As identified in your project report and in having preliminary discussions with the design review team, it became clear that the proposed elevations do not meet many of the city's design standards. So a further design review application is a requirement and is recommended to be finalized prior to the submittal of a final plat application. Planning team did receive a number of comments which were included in your late correspondence packets, as well as just a couple more just prior to this meeting. Majority of these did express concerns related to privacy, increases to traffic, concerns that not enough parking is being provided, and the loss of existing green space currently used by neighborhood children located along Grover Street. In conclusion, as detailed in the project report and highlighted in this presentation, the planning team finds the applicant's proposal to be consistent with the standards of approval, including the Development Code, Blueprint Boise, and the requirements of all reviewing agencies and departments. As such, the planning team recommends approval of the application with conditions. For PUDs, the commission is the decision-making body, and for the rezone and subdivision, it is the recommending body to City Council. Thanks, and I'll be happy to stand for question at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Next, we'll move to hear from the applicant, Christopher Todd. Please unmute when you're ready, and we'll start with 10 minutes. Please start with your name and address. You can start your video too if you'd prefer. Looks like you're unmuted now, but we are not hearing you. I wonder if he's the call-in. Sometimes people use their phone for the audio. So we now have, it looks like that, yeah, I see him on the phone. Mr. Todd, are you there with the 0451 phone number? You can give us a thumbs up if that's you. Okay, it looks like now if you can mute your video, but then turn the audio on your phone on. It still is looking like you're muted there. There we go.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can, yeah. Please start with your name and address, and then you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Chris Todd with Green Mountain Resources and Planning, business address at 53 North Plummer Road, Star, Idaho 83669. Here on behalf of the Lafitte family, Jennifer and Jeff Lafitte, the property owners of the 4 parcels, generally located at 5454 West Grover Street. Under the review of the commission tonight, we are in agreement with the staff recommendation of approval with the conditions as presented. The owners are asking for this permission to redevelop the current properties to better utilized plan that'll improve not just the current site, but blend in well with the neighborhood land uses and future development in the area. We started this design process approximately right when COVID began, so it's been a little bit of an uphill process, but the owners have stayed the course as well as their team to put together a well thought out plan, as well as incorporating the comments that we've received from the jurisdictions and some of the neighbors. Currently, the property sits within the compact land use category. There's fourplex lots currently on the property with 16 total housing units currently on site. The site is approximately 2.4 acres. We are proposing the addition of 12 new residential housing units. The proposed would be two 4-unit buildings, more generally located to the north of the site, as well as 2 duplex-style townhome buildings, one along Grover and one just south of the 4-unit townhome building on the west side. Each new unit will have garage space and a minimum of 1,600 square foot of living space. We feel that this plan has a mix of units as well as the existing units to provide a mix of good housing types within the compact area. It's similar to almost like a transit-oriented development in that we have a bus stop located currently that's an active bus route on South Philippi Street. As well as how it speaks to this in the blueprint, the comp plan with Boise. During the past 6 months, we reconfigured this layout. We've taken a few of the units out to fall below what would be allowed in an R2C zone. The duplex or townhome duplex that would be on the west, we brought that down. So it abuts to a current existing use or single family use and moved the 4-unit townhome buildings to the north. Each of those townhomes would be on a separate lot. Our goal is to have a one subdivision for the entire complex that would have the individual townhomes as well as the 4-plex units that are currently on the site to all be brought underneath the same homeowners association for easy management and for just some continuity of the overall design. With the R2D zone, we have that on the east side as well as some other properties around. The nearest proposed building to a neighbor would be that 2-story townhome building. The other 2 4-unit townhomes, we have asked that those be 3-story product to allow garages on the entry level or bottom floor, and then the living spaces would climb above that. But we would still fit underneath the height requirement within the city's code. With this project, Grover Street, currently I don't know if anybody's ever been to this site, but Grover Street, the sidewalk and the pedestrian area would all be reconfigured and redone per the plan, as well as with some landscaping, detached sidewalk. We're looking at doing a kind of pull in or maybe even a school bus stop near where that monument signage is, right dead middle, right off of Grover Street. So the whole streetscape is going to change, and we're excited about that. The current bus stop and shelter that's on Philippi is pretty run down. Doesn't look the greatest. Part of our condition of approval would be the kind of redevelopment, if you would, of the bus station to make it more accessible for the people that would be using this active bus line off of Philippi. Kevin hit on the head the Franklin and Orchard Activity Center, as well as Fred Meyer. Commercial and employment being close by just gains to the location and kind of this mix of uses in the compact area. Internally, we're working with the city arborist on a tree mitigation plan, and we'll be in compliance with that plan in order to, we want to be able to have a beautiful landscape throughout this little community that's better than what is there now. A lot of the trees and some of the foliage that's there is actually diseased, falling off, really not, almost more of an eyesore of a tree than an actual tree would be. We've also proposed a central gazebo and barbecue area, along with a fenced dog park in the northwest corner. And we also have a playground area closer to Philippi. Within this whole Grover Street townhome project, we have about 1.3 acres of common space. These common areas will be maintained by the homeowners association in one common lot. There will be flower beds installed, just adding to the attractiveness of the overall layout. Parking will be improved, we feel, dramatically. Within this parking that we're shown here, we've kind of gone 3 or 4 different routes with how we've laid out this parking in order to make sure that we're appeasing the fire department for their turnarounds, also Republic Services with being able to get them in and access these trash enclosures safely. We've laid this out, a couple of times, and this one has kind of felt the best as well. There was a comment in the staff report about the removal of 4 parking stalls. We would ask that those 4 parking stalls remain just for some additional overflow parking in case there's guests. There was also a concern of the neighbors for the parking that's currently there. And one thing that we've noticed, looking at that, the slide that you even have in front of you right now, is that central area or the central location right off of Grover. That's a common little grass area, and then there's a gazebo. According to the owners, this area is very frequently used, and the gazebo is probably a little bit outdated. And the parking that goes around it kind of creates issues for that actual complex as it sits now. We feel that with the redesign, by adding some additional parking and actually having stalls, will improve the area, as well as having some parking in the north part of the project in order to have some overflow or guest parking for those units that are towards the north. We do have the Reidenbach Canal, which is along the northern boundary. We are open to the 10-foot walking easement, and we could see that being a benefit, especially as the parcels that surround us that butt up against us to the west. As those redevelop in the future, those will be prime opportunities for the city to continue this blueprint for Boise and growth when it comes to pedestrian connectivity. Also for a mix of housing types, housing product. As you're working your way on the Reidenbach Canal and going west, it would be a great benefit to be able to connect this as you're heading away from Philippi Street to connect to the bus stop as well. All in all, we're happy to submit this. We're excited. Stand to work with the city. We've been working with staff for a while now. And I know that Brecken Land Engineers, our land design, is in attendance today taking some notes. They'd be happy to answer any questions on the engineering side of things with the pre-plat. See, we got 30 seconds. We got with their the housing types and the design review. We'll work through that design review process. We saw that there was some monolithic nature to those elevations that were shown. The biggest thing that the owners are trying to find out is if this is a plan that the city can work with us on in order to work to that next step of actually nailing down the outside look of what these buildings will look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So before we get to questions, I will ask if we have a representative from the Central Bench Neighborhood Association. If we do, please virtually raise your hand or come on up to the podium. Okay, great. Seeing none, then we will move next to questions from the commission for the applicant or for staff.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So this is a question for both the city staff and for the applicant. So normally when we have near final elevations and building designs for infill PUDs, especially tight ones, right? Because we want to look at where the balconies are and the windows, and we want to see how it fits because we're trying, this is a lot of infill and we're trying to judge the impact on the adjacencies. But here, the city's pretty clear that we don't really have final elevations or any elevations. So you ask them to go back. So I guess my question is, tonight, why should we approve these 3 permits before we have more definite designs and elevations? Why not wait for that work to be done? Because it feels like relative to other PUDs, we're early in the process tonight.
Sure, and Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that is a good point, and it certainly would be a route that would be available to do a design review kind of prior to this, or more concurrent with it. From staff's perspective, and maybe it's useful to provide a little bit of background with conversations that have been had with the design review team. They do feel like while the designs certainly are lacking and do not meet many of the standards, that they can be revised with keeping intact the footprint that is currently being proposed here, and potentially they'd have a good chance of meeting those standards. In addition, I think when you look at the surrounding properties as well, the impacts to some of the surrounding properties with the location of the canal, for example, are also minimized.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So is it the case that at some point these designs would have to go before DRC in order before and get approved before a final plat is issued?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, with the conditions as it is written, prior to the submittal of a final plat, they would need design review approval. So following this body's recommendation, that process would need to take place before they could continue any further.
Thank you. I have another one though.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Kevin, can you talk about where these 4 parking spaces are, kind of pointing out to us on the map and kind of give us the city's viewpoint on what the applicant said?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I'd be happy to. So there's one located here on the north that the edge just edges into. You can kind of make out the line there.
Right.
Into the rear setback. The other 3 are all along this front. You can see this kind of furthest back line is the setback line, and these 3 all encroach on that.
And it's the city's, Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
And it's the city's view that we should recommend that those 4 parking spaces be eliminated so that we're all within the setback.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that is correct. The code is pretty clear that those parking spaces should not be in the setback. No variance application was received. And just kind of thinking about what a variance application would need to, the findings that would need to be met.
Yeah, they wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So to the applicant, so you've heard the city's reasons. I mean, basically, you're asking for a variance for a setback on a piece of flat ground where you have all that space to work with. So what I think the city is trying to say is it doesn't feel very variance-like. What are your thoughts on handling that?
Yeah, we would just follow the conditions laid out in the staff report and remove those parking stalls.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
On that same topic, Kevin, if I remember correctly, if we remove those 4 stalls, the property is still overparked per code, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, that is correct. Just I think by 3 stalls at that point, so it's pretty close.
Okay, and one other question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Schaefer.
Kevin, this is just a little bit sort of immaterial really to this application, but just a question from my own education and understanding. When we have infill development like this, and we have 4 existing buildings and they're proposing 4 new buildings that have to go through design review, how does that design review affect the 4 existing buildings? Are they going to have to, bring the elevations of those 4 existing buildings up to meet the new buildings, or are they just sort of ignored?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, in this case, since the rezone will be going through and creating the R2D zone, and as these are multifamily units, they would be subject to design review as well. And I think in this case, with knowing that going forward, it makes sense to include them in the comprehensive design review application. And I know the applicant maybe can speak to this as well, but there are some plans to do some minor exterior renovations to those existing units as well.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Christopher, is that your understanding of the situation as well?
Yes. Yeah, we would be looking at doing some minor rehab, but also kind of dressing up, the outside appearances of these to be able to, I wouldn't say that they're like a Craftsman modern type of look, but we want to be able to make the new buildings blend in well with the existing in order to create some continuity for the entire subdivision.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I had one more, if I may.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Schaefer.
This one's for the, for Kevin or the applicant. It looks like the existing ground where the new buildings are proposed is essentially, open lawn or, unused ground. Is that generally a correct statement? I know you spoke to some of the trees being not in the best of health, but I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some other use that I'm missing here as we're looking at this property.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, it is vacant land. It certainly is utilized by, I think, especially there's a lot of kids that live in this neighborhood. So it is used by them in a meaningful fashion. But in terms of, looking at it as a development aspect, no, it is just basically vacant ground.
Okay, thanks.
I have a quick question in regards to the late correspondence that we received that references building number 3 and basically any mitigation on privacy that'll happen with maybe planting new trees or wall or anything like that. Is there plans for that on the northern border property line?
On the north side, there is existing, very mature vegetation and trees along the Reidenbach Canal. We wouldn't be able to plant any more in order to provide any more of a buffer there. We're off of our setback. We also have the Reidenbach Canal and then another basically setback to the north. That's the best that we could do to orientate it, working with the city and our engineer and turning those, the back of those buildings with people, say, looking out of that building will not be looking towards the north. That would actually be their front or garage area that would be looking towards the north. So I think that helps with the privacy concern. Also just kind of the constraint of having that large canal there.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
I also have a series of questions, if I might be permitted, similar to Milton. Commissioner Schaefer.
Let's go ahead and get started.
Mr. Todd, what is your role on this project?
So representative and land planner.
Okay, cool. How long have the owners owned this property?
Oh, I want to say they've had it for, around 5 to 8 years, right in there. They also have about 12 properties within the city of Boise that are rental properties. They've been clients of mine in the past for, I have a real estate and property management company here as well. So I've done work with Jenny and her husband. They've been a part of some HOA boards that we manage as well. They came to me and asked me, in my opinion, I used to work for Landmark Engineering and Planning and Toothman Orton Engineers, TO, and they asked me which properties that they had that would make sense for some kind of redevelopment, that they could add some value to the properties that they currently have. And kind of maximize their land use, but also fit in well with the redevelopment design of it and what they wanted to do. A couple of the properties they have over off of Richardson didn't really make sense on the east side of Fred Meyer. This one with the unutilized area in that northwest corner, I felt made the most sense. There is currently no irrigation that gets to that area. It turns into kind of an underutilized quote unquote weed patch for Jeff to mow. And so they came to me and we kind of started off with the design of looking at where these buildings potentially could go that mimicked or were very similar to the units that they have currently.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if the owners finance this property or do they pay cash for this?
It is owned outright with no loans on the property.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And the property is under professional property management now, or it is not?
It is currently self-managed by Jennifer and Jeff.
Okay, thank you. And the plan going forward is for the property to be self-managed, or?
It would be professionally managed, and the goal would be for our company to manage the homeowners association and those buildings that would be the 4 fourplexes basically, and then the homeowners association and the individual owners for each of those townhomes, because those would be individual homes, would be sold to most likely first-time home buyers, those relocating here at fair market value.
And then what is the plan for the current, again, we weren't provided any kind of designs for the refresh of the current buildings?
The current buildings, we'd be looking at doing some soffit siding and fascia renovations. Also, obviously paint colors. There also is going to be a significant amount of work done to the front parking sidewalk areas to all 4 of those buildings, redoing sidewalk, landscaping, flower beds, all of those items as well.
And then what is the plan for the current residents that are there?
Our goal is to keep the residents that are in there in their current homes. We hope to do this in different stages or phases of construction. Not doing, say, being able for one building to be done at a time, rather than trying to shut down the whole complex in order for construction to happen. That's always been Jenny's goal, is to keep the people that are there in the property while construction is going on.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
One last question. So do we know the approximate height of the existing townhomes? As for the applicant or staff?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, I know that they're 2-story. I couldn't give you a number though. Yeah, 20, 25 feet.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, we'll now move to public testimony. If you'd like to testify on this item tonight, please virtually raise your hand or come right on up to the podium. We'll start with people in chamber. So just one right after the other would be great. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Alan Bush. I live at 505 South Philippi Street, Boise, Idaho, 83705. It's right across the street. I'm at the corner of Philippi and Grover in the southwest. My wife and I have lived there since 1983. We're not against the project, but we are very concerned about the impact it's going to have on the neighborhood. Right now, there's not a continuous sidewalk system from Grover and Philippi up to Franklin or over to Curtis or down to Cassius Street. If there was a continuous system on Philippi to Cassia, that would complete a pedestrian system all the way to Bora High School. If there's one on Grover Street on one side, that would make a continuous pathway for junior high kids to get to the bus stop at Curtis and Grover. That's the one my boys used when they went to West Junior High. Right now, in the evening, I can easily walk up to Fred Meyer's up there in Franklin. But with this many additional cars up there, it's going to be much more dangerous. I really believe that part of this project should be to complete the gaps in those sidewalk systems, just in one side of the street, because there are other plans from the Ada County Highway District to put a bicycle pathway along Philippi Street too. Currently, children living in the complex often play and ride their bicycles mostly on Grover Street and somewhat on Philippi Street. And this is every day. There just isn't enough room in the current place with grass that the kids can play on without getting caught up with what do they call them, goat heads and stuff. That area that isn't irrigated in the back of their lot is pretty tough on kids if they fall. Right now, parking on Grover Street fills up mostly in the evenings, but also during the day, there's quite a bit of problem. Our neighbor lady had a stroke here a couple months ago, and my wife ended up in a fender bender getting out of her driveway to take her up to the hospital. I mean, it gets that tight sometimes. It's a narrow street, and they get parking on both sides. If this project is approved, I request that the neighborhood sidewalk system be completed to Franklin and to Cassius Street on one side of Philippi and to Curtis Road on one side of Grover. That would complete a pedestrian system in the neighborhood. And it's used a lot right now. There are dozens of people that are out there walking their dogs and using the pedestrian system we've got. It's unfortunately, it's not complete enough right now. And that's basically all I've got. We're not against it, but boy, is it high density and the traffic's going to increase, and we need to do something for the pedestrians too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Looks like we have one more in person before we move to those online hands. Thanks for your patience. Please go ahead, start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jason Bold. I live at 510 South Philippi. I'm kitty corner from the project. I, again, am just like my neighbor, am not opposed to the project. I think it, we all know we need housing. This does provide a variety of housing types on this location, and utilizing some underutilized land, which I think are great things. I do think as a neighbor, this property, there's no question it's going to increase my property values. And so from that perspective, it's a matter of what benefit is this going to provide the neighborhood. The pedestrian access, I think, is one of the major concerns. One of the things that this property has the potential to provide a public benefit really is that 10-foot easement across the north. It's been asked that that's dedicated for a trail, for a future trail development. This property accounts for 30% of the distance between Philippi and Curtis. I know Boise City Trail System, you've invested $100,000 in a plan to try to get trails in through these areas along the irrigation canals. What a missed opportunity it would be to not just require that trail be put in, because it not only would benefit that future trail connections, but it would benefit the residents on this property. It's been talked about how the kids don't really, they ride out in the streets. If that trail was constructed across the northern, that provides an additional amenity for a place for them to play. In the Treasure Valley, multifamily units and developments have a higher percentage of families and kids than elsewhere in the nation. So it's a matter of looking and identifying and creating those amenities for families, and not just assuming it's going to be single occupants in these residents. And along those lines, it's also the applicant identified that the monument sign, the monument area, be a great place for a bus stop for the kids. I would like to see that maybe that improved as a public bus stop for, all the kids in the neighborhood that utilize that, and providing a cover for them, as well as improving the public transit stop on Philippi. Again, it's a good project. They're providing some amenities. I think there's an opportunity to really add a lot more benefit to the public and to the residents. And I guess there were some questions about that. I will be honest, one of the biggest concerns I have with this project is what's going to happen with the existing residents. My son plays across the street in that grass area. I know the friends that he's made over there. there's 5 different languages spoken in my son's class, which is awesome. I would hate to see gentrification and the pricing out of the current residents in a project like this. They provide so much value to the neighborhood and diversity to the neighborhood that it'd really be hard to lose residents like that in our neighborhood. And that's one of the biggest concerns. Understanding, I know
Time.
we don't really have the tools to address all of those issues, but
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Vol. Okay, so seeing nobody else here in City Hall for this project, we'll now move to online. It looks like we have Kevin Fagan up next. Please go ahead and unmute and start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Kevin Fagan. I'm at 5700 West Grover Street, about 7 properties to the west of the subject site. I'm participating here tonight to kind of echo some of the concerns regarding accommodations for the existing residents at the site. The proposed townhome building number 4 location is approximately sitting right on the soccer field that the kids use. I would argue that it is heavily utilized. If one were to do a site-specific assessment and go and look at the property, do some monitoring, evaluate the wear and tear on the turf right there. Those kids are playing ball daily out there. That's a critical space that is heavily utilized. I would ask also, I would suggest that be looked at and be accommodated. That I know futsal fields, they're smaller than soccer fields, but I think they're like 140 by 80 feet. Some kind of accommodation like that so that these kids could play soccer on the premises, I think would be thoughtful, considerate of existing usage. I noticed there's a lot of parking accommodations. However, we have proximity to a bus stop. That kind of raises a question to me as to why we need so many cars if we're trying to sort of facilitate access to the bus stop. I would suggest more bike parking, possibly, a reduction in the parking stalls. And if the parking is needed and demonstrably needed, consider impervious alternatives to what is proposed. Therefore, we could potentially get rid of some of the proposed swales and use that space, use the parking space for stormwater, and thus accommodate more amenity for the kids. I don't see a lot of barbecuing out there, so I think beneficial sort of use of that open space would be directed at, taking care of the public health and welfare and the mental benefits associated with having that open space available to those kids. Additionally, the dog park, the proposed dog park location, it's a little bit concerning to me to have that so proximal to the canal, considering water quality impairment considerations and the current state of the MS4 permit within the city and bacterial contributions to the canal. I would suggest maybe moving that so that it's not easy for. Okay, I'm finished.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fagan. Okay, if there's anybody else that would like to testify on this project tonight, please virtually raise your hand. Great. I do see one more up. Just give us a moment, Jennifer, while we switch you over. Okay, Jennifer, please unmute when you're ready. You can start your video too if you'd prefer, and start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes once you unmute.
Hello, hi. This is Jennifer. I'm the owner of the property, so I just wanted to speak a little bit.
I'm sorry, can you just start with your full name and address, please?
Oh,
Thank you so
Jennifer
much.
Bestie, 2267 West Champaign Court in Eagle, Idaho, 83616. I'm the owner of the property, and I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes just to talk about my thoughts and take on the projects. I've heard some of the comments made by some of the people today, and I can assure you, I like and appreciate the current resident that's currently living in my 16 units. So what we're actually trying to do as part of this project is to make it user-friendly for them living on the property. You know, we want to make part of the reason we're doing this project is to make the place look more desirable, and hence parts of the buildings and the parking lots to make it better for everyone that lives there, and also people that just happen to drive by. I think is a is a great project, and we're trying to address some of the issues we face now with this new project. So I think it also helps the current tenants and also the resident that lives in the areas. I think it'll make the place more desirable. And in terms of like the surrounding area, and I think it's the perfect ideal location for such a project because we're 10 minutes to downtown Boise. We're right next to the bus stop, is a friendly community, and we're just trying to put more family types into that area as well. We want, I'm constantly getting requests about do we have vacancy or additional housing for people, because I know there's shortage in Boise, and we're trying to address that as part of this project as well. And in terms of parking, we're trying to make the parking more efficient, and we're even asking for additional parking is so that it would take some of the parking off Grover's, and so that it will be on the property, so that it would be better for the residents that live on that street, and also for the residents that is going to be living on Grover Street on the community. And we're looking to establish a HOA so that it would have a company managing all 16 existing townhomes plus the new 12 additional townhomes, so that it will be well managed and things like that. And I think this project will also improve the home value of everyone that lives in that area as well.
Thank you so much. That's the end of the time. Do we have anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight? Please virtually raise your hand or come on up. Okay, seeing none, now we'll go to the applicant for a 5-minute rebuttal. So that can be from Chris or Jennifer, whoever would like to give that.
All right, thank you. Touching base on some of the comments, first one, or I guess the first part of it is the folks that were there testifying said that they weren't opposed, but they had some constructive criticism, if you would. We've looked at the sidewalk improvements that we can do in front of Philippi and Grover. It's also hit on in ACHD's staff report. With these sidewalks, we can't really construct sidewalks off-site. I'm not too familiar with this area in terms of the 5-year integrated work plan with ACHD, but I would say that this general area is in need of some sidewalk improvements. And I liked Jason's comment talking about the trail connection that would be off of the Reidenbach Canal, and that end up stretching to the west. I think that could be a great benefit for kind of the circulation and pedestrian, but also as amenity for the people that would be living on this property. The traffic that we would be creating, it's in the ACHD staff report as well, with the 12 units that we're proposing, is fairly minimal. When it comes to the kids and the playing areas, we've heard, that was echoed by a couple neighbors this evening. We worked with the city through this process, trying to figure out the best way forward in terms of amenities and where these amenities would be. We are in agreement with some additional bike parking areas, to go along with the amenities that are here. Putting the dog park area in that northwest corner, it would be fenced and isolated in that corner for the specific use of a dog park, and then the trail would be to the north of that, so that dogs could be let off leash in a fenced area to be safe, easy for pickup, not just for the individual owners, but also for the association that would manage it to make sure that the facility is clean. We do like the idea of a new gazebo meeting place. We hope that this will actually spur people to use it when it is a newer, nicer, covered facility with picnic benches, more state-of-the-art barbecuing areas for people to actually use, because they don't have that now, and that's been echoed, and something that Jennifer heard from her residents is something that they would like. And then obviously we have the playground area, hopefully the school bus stop in the front by the monument signage. We do have a significant area there that we've called out for improvements. We're open to working with the city on what that looks like in terms of an amenity, but we feel that that's a good central location and kind of focal point for the school bus stop, not just for these kids, but maybe kids in the area, because we do see them congregating along the sidewalk there. In terms of ball fields and soccer fields, we are close to the Franklin Orchard Activity Center. There will be still some grass areas along our southwest of this parcel, as well as behind the tot lot and building number 3, some more grass areas that's actually landscape finished, irrigated, flat, if you would, with some decompression, yes, for some of the drainage, but very minimal in terms of the visual or elevation relief that's there. Other comments that came through from the public testimony, I believe I hit on all of them. If I didn't, I stand for any other questions.
Thank you. That actually ends the public portion of our hearing, and the item is now before the commission.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to move that we approve rezone CAR 21-3 and recommend approval for PUD 20-48 and SUV 21-14 for the reasons stated in staff report and as conditioned in staff report.
Okay, if I can just clarify, I think this is to recommend approval for CAR 21-3 and SUV 21-14, and you're moving to approve PUD 20-48.
Yes, thank you for that.
Great. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Gillespie. Is there discussion? Commissioner Moore, would you like to start?
Absolutely. So first of all, I think this is a great project. I love seeing infill in a project like this where you have that project type similarly, but you're utilizing land within that site that's not maybe utilized to its fullest potential. I like it's great to see the support for the neighbors, really positive comments. I think that the feedback was good. 10-foot easement along the north, it appears to be a site-specific condition on item number 6. More bike parking. I didn't see any bike parking on the site, but would support that as well. And then just the comments about completing the gaps in the sidewalks, just really meaningful and really great comments, but just a really great use of an existing site and a really great example of infill development.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'll be supporting Commissioner Moore's motion. Just a quick point or two. So a site-specific condition 4 requires 28 bicycle spaces, and site-specific number 6 requires the easement be put in for a public pathway it's I think silent on who puts in the path, but that's what 6 says. As I said, I'm supporting the motion. I was interested in Mr. Bush and Mr. Bowles' comments. I think with respect to Mr. Bush, yes, we would love it if past commissions and councils had held the line on putting in the darn sidewalks when people build. That's been a hobby horse of this commission for at least a decade, and it's why we tend to hold the line on that, because of what you just mentioned, how hard it is to put that stuff in retroactively. Unfortunately, I think in this case, it's difficult for me to ask the applicant to put in any sidewalk that isn't adjacent to his or her property. So that's a limitation. We kind of have to go property by property as we get a chance. But I think it's an outstanding point that having sidewalks and trails is going to be increasingly important for this neighborhood and all our neighborhoods. I think Mr. Bull made essentially the same comment, and we're trying to do everything we can to make that happen. Mr. Fagan had some really interesting comments about the benefit of youth soccer. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, the applicant has provided the required amenities, and we can't really say, well, basically you need to X the dog park and put in a little mini soccer field. It's hard for us to do that here. And I hope he heard what you said, and I hope he responds to Mr. Fagan's comments about how much those kids like to play soccer. My guess is the soccer field is going to get a whole lot more use than dog parks. The dog parks I see in these kinds of developments tend to not be high use areas for some pretty obvious reasons. So that's all I got. Thank you very much for this application.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
I'm going to be the bad news once again, and I will not be supporting this motion. I think the thing that I'm really held up on here is that we've essentially been given nothing more than a massing study that says, well, what do you guys think if we throw this building here and this building here and this building here, and essentially this is the mass that they're going to be. We don't have any detailed elevations. The city itself has said, and staff itself has said, look, this doesn't meet any of our design criteria. We don't have a plan for any of the renovations of the existing buildings. And what I see happening with the new buildings vis-a-vis what is there currently just doesn't jive. So what you've got is a development where you've got probably people who are in the 30 to 50% AMI category living in that facility. And then the new places are going to be these 3 stories with garages and a dog park, when every day kids are playing soccer in the front of that yard. There isn't a single pet in that complex right now. The owners haven't made any investment in that property that I can see in the 15 years that I've lived in this neighborhood and the 8 years that they've owned it. The property is really, really run down and not managed at all. And then also to come forward and have no management plan on this thing, I just don't feel comfortable with that at all. Saying you're going to form a homeowners association, that doesn't make any sense. It just needs to be professionally managed, which it isn't now. And it's readily apparent with the dumpster overflowing and furniture being thrown out into the property is just a mess. And so there's just way too many things out there with lack of management, lack of addressing what's going to happen with the current residents, no schematic or any kind of plans for what's going to happen to the current buildings, and designs for buildings that we haven't seen. I'm not at all comfortable kicking this over and thinking the design review is going to fix everything. This is a really difficult situation where we have existing residents, and then you've come in with this plan that is really counter to what is already happening there. So I don't see a plan for us to approve. I think this is kind of more of a back of the napkin idea that has somehow found its way to us, and it's way too early for anybody to be looking at this plan as much as I think we need infill housing. There's no way I can support this.
Madam Chair, if I might add.
Commissioner, or not a commissioner, Celine.
Yes, sorry, I'll turn my
Staff.
video on. I would add that while Commissioner Blanchard, your comments are certainly, could be valid, I would just suggest that you tie everything to approval criteria, whether that be with the rezone or with the PUD. And we can certainly put those on the screen if you need those again.
Can we throw those up again, just for reference?
Madam Chairman, while we're doing that, so just to respond to Chris's good comments, I too had concerns about the final elevations. At the end of the day, it does go through design review. And at the end of the day, as I said in my question, one of the primary reasons why we like elevations is because we're concerned about the impact of the adjacent neighbors. But we didn't have any testimony in the record about the impact being related to the actual design of those buildings. So the impact that was put on the record was all related to traffic or connectivity or, the nature of the amenity. So in the end, although I clearly shared your concerns, I decided that at least for this commissioner, it didn't appear that the lack of design review was creating sort of an actionable item in terms of adverse impact on anybody or anything. So then I was looking at, well, am I okay with the zone? Yeah, I'm okay with the zone. And am I okay with the density and the placement of the buildings? Yep, I'm okay with the density and placement of the buildings. Your comments related to how the property is managed, I don't find any of that in the code or the comp plan. So while I may object to or not like how the current owner is managing it, I don't think the code calls us to look at the current owner or any potential owner when trying to decide on a specific application. Because for all we know, we could approve or disapprove this tonight and the owner could sell it tomorrow. So while I understand those issues you raised, I just don't see how I'm to deal with those tonight, given our approval criteria. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Gillespie. And it looks like staff has pulled up and highlighted the approval criteria for us, just as a reminder. Is there further discussion? Commissioner Schaefer.
Madam Chair, thanks. I'm just going to be quick. I'm going to be in support of the motion. I share, some of the concerns regarding the elevations of the buildings, but as Milt, explained, this does go through design review, and that's exactly what design review is for, right? So when I look at this project, I'm looking at compatibility, density. What I see is underutilized ground that's suitable for infill. We're in a housing shortage, and I see these as being valuable to help alleviate some of those problems. And then, additionally to that, we're going to see, for the public benefit, we see, new sidewalks being installed on Philippi, new sidewalks being installed on Grover. So there is a bigger impact there. And I do appreciate the comments regarding sidewalk connectivity and trail connectivity in the neighborhood. And I think that's part of the public benefit here. And we're making progress in that regard with this project. Again, I do also share the concerns with the elevations, but again, we're going to go through design review to sort of resolve that. So again, I'm in support of the motion.
Okay, great. So again, we have a motion on the table to recommend approval for CAR 21-3 and SUB 21-14 and to approve PUD 20-48. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Sen.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires. Oh, Squires is gone. Blanchard.
No.
Moore.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, moving on to item number 5. This is SOS 21-3 for ISG Consulting PC at 5404 West Targhee Street. This is a waiver to the subdivision ordinance requirement to construct curb gutter and sidewalk. We'll first hear from staff. Please go ahead, Ms. Rain.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, this item before you is a waiver.
Crystal, can you share your screen and Zoom?
Did I not do it?
I know, tech difficulties.
All right, take 2. Should I?
I'm not sure. I think we should wait while.
He's just filling up his water. He's right here. Yeah.
Yep.
I think.
Anybody want a score update? No. Oh, sorry. It's not. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Rain.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Take 3. This item before you is a waiver to the subdivision ordinance requirement to construct curb, gutter, and sidewalk on unimproved right-of-way as part of a minor land division on 0.78 acres located at 5404 West Targhee Street in an R1C single-family residential zone. This right-of-way is part of the Ada County Highway District's Philippi Street, Malad Street to Overland Road project. This project was originally scoped to include curb gutter and attached sidewalk on both sides of Philippi Street from Malad to Overland. However, submitted letters from ACHD and Marathon Petroleum Pipeline indicate that during the development process, it became apparent that the proposed design would significantly impact the pipeline, which runs along both sides of Philippi through the entire length of the project area. As such, the scope of the project was modified to include attached sidewalk, curb, and gutter on the east side of Philippi only. The applicant identified this omission of West Street side improvements from the ACHD project as ground for the waiver. However, neither letter nor subsequent correspondence have specifically stated that no improvements would be allowed in this location, just that improvements as originally proposed and as part of the larger ACHD project would not be appropriate along the west side of the street as a whole. Commenting agencies have confirmed that only attached sidewalks with rolled curb and gutter were reviewed for the road project and indicated they're willing to discuss alternative designs. Further, street improvements, including both attached and detached sidewalk, rolled and vertical curb, and gutter can be found in multiple locations where the pipeline exists, even as close as 70 feet to the south adjacent to Philippi Park. Thus, the planning team was unable to identify sufficient evidence specifically prohibiting improvements in this location. Nevertheless, the waiver criteria asks us to question what is reasonable. While curb and gutter specifically may be possible, it would require significant engineering and design work from the applicant. And if the agency responsible for the right-of-way has chosen to exclude these improvements from a current project, the planning team finds laying the responsibility on an individual applicant unreasonable. The same, however, cannot be said for sidewalks. And in fact, in continuing discussions, the applicant has indicated willingness to construct a detached sidewalk on site outside of the right-of-way and Marathon pipeline easement. Detached sidewalks were not reviewed as part of the ACHD project and exist directly across the street. A detached sidewalk could be constructed with similar impact as the access driveway that's proposed to cross the pipeline. Finally, Philippi Street from the subject site to Overland Road runs through some of the last remaining large lots in the Central Bench. It's important to set the precedent for including pedestrian infrastructure as infill and redevelopment continues along the remaining stretches of Philippi, both for current and future connectivity of the neighborhood. In conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the waiver to install curb and gutter, but denies the request to waive sidewalk. The commission makes the final decision. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rain. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Hello.
Go ahead. Yeah, hi. Go ahead, and you can turn on your video if you'd prefer. We'll start with 10 minutes. Please start with your name and address, please.
I'm not sure how, oh, here we go.
Maybe no video, but that's okay. Oh, there you are.
I'm working on it. Chris Williams, 2226 East Solitude Court in Boise. I'm the applicant, and what Crystal is proposing here, we feel is a win-win for both parties. My structural engineer went to ACHD to request that we could connect to their storm drain system as they were rebuilding it down Philippi Street. And what we received back from ACHD was you cannot build a sidewalk, and that email is in the documentation in the PDS. You need to request a waiver because a sidewalk, curb, and gutter can't be built on the west side. I received my initial letter from ACHD on the roadway improvement in 2012. Then in 2018, they'd put it off for a while. But from what I understand, what happened was they'd worked with Marathon Pipeline's engineers for 5 years trying to establish a way to get this sidewalk on the west side of the street. The pipeline on the west side of the street is approximately 11 feet inside, it varies 11 to 13 feet inside the right of way on the west side. On the east side, it's approximately 16 to 18 feet. So what they determined was they would put the sidewalk and most of the improvements with an amended cross section for the road on the east side. The pipeline on the east side, they've potted both sides on the pipelines since they've started the construction process in mid-February. The pipeline on the east side is a minimum of 3 feet deep, 18 feet off of right-of-way. On the west side, it's 11 to 13 feet, approximately 18 to 24 inches below top of asphalt. When you look at the cross section of where curb and gutter go, it basically the edge of gutter sits almost right on top of the pipeline. And we didn't have an issue with this until we spoke to Marathon. When we spoke to Marathon, we found out that this pipeline that was installed in the 50s, it's an 8-inch pipeline. We assumed it was a 30 to 50, 60 PSI pipeline. It's a 1,500 PSI pipeline, 18 inches under asphalt. If you look at Marathon's easement development specifications, they require on right-of-ways that should be a minimum of 48 inches below asphalt. And even based on that, you cannot drive a 15,000-pound vehicle over the top of it. You can't even cross it at a 90-degree angle without putting beams down to cross it. The only way they allow you to cross it at 48 inches with that heavy of a vehicle is if it's tracked like a Traco. So it bridges the width of the pipeline. So what we felt made sense for the project was, let's get away from this pipeline. We have a public safety issue. Let's get away from the pipeline and get do a separated sidewalk and do what ACHD recommended, and that is stay away from that pipeline. And Marathon in their letter said you can't do anything. If you look at what happens south on Philippi Park, when they mark the pipeline, it's approximately 5 feet off of curb and gutter. So I'm not sure if they moved it or what they did, but it's not up against the property line like it is on my property. So basically, to dig at what ACHD did, what they came up with on the east side is still a 9-inch dig, which puts even if you did that, it puts you right on top of that pipeline. You cannot dig, according to Idaho state law, from what Marathon's development specifications say, you can't put any equipment within 2 feet horizontally or vertically on that pipeline. So they can't even strip that asphalt out without doing it manually. In working with Crystal, she had a legitimate question. How can you build a sidewalk or a driveway across that and not build a sidewalk? And that made sense to us. And we didn't understand why until we got the development specifications from Marathon Pipeline. The reason the driveway is allowed is because it crosses at a 90-degree angle. Even with that, we've got to work with Marathon and their engineers on our design to even get that driveway across there. We think, and my engineer feels, and I agree with him, that we can get 11 feet away this separated sidewalk with an easement going across my property and stay 11 feet away from that pipeline and get it constructed and end up with a sidewalk on the west side of the project, even though ACHD didn't do that after working on it for 5 years. We think we can get it done. And so we support staff's recommendation. We just want to stay away from that pipeline because 1500 PSI on an 8-inch fuel line that thing blows and there's a problem. And we don't want to have a problem. We want to keep everybody safe and produce a nice project. And that's about where we stand on it. So we are in support of staff. We do not want to be near that pipeline with anything. So I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Before we get to questions, I will just check to see, do we have any representative from the Hillcrest Neighborhood Association present, either online or in person? Please virtually raise your hand if you're online. Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to questions from the commission for applicant or the staff. Okay, seeing.
Oh, Madam Chair, sorry.
Commissioner Schaefer, sorry.
I was slow on the draw to my mute button, my unmute button. I'm going to step in it here. So I'm going to get started. Question for staff. Crystal, I'm always for sidewalks, but given the pipeline situation, is this truly going to be a sidewalk to nowhere? I mean, what are the chances there's going to be sidewalks north of this property in the future, just given the complexity with the gas pipeline?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, that's an excellent question. The waiver says, it has to, pardon me, you have to show that there is a hardship there. And conversations with the commenting agencies told me that there were other possibilities. They'd never explored anything besides, like I said, the attached sidewalk and rolled curb and gutter. They couldn't give me a no, this is impossible. And so based on the approval criteria, I feel that there are options, and that's, yeah.
Okay, can I throw one more at you? Madam Chair, is that okay?
Please, Commissioner Schaefer.
Bring it.
So when I look at this, then we have, sidewalks to the south, right, on Philippi, sidewalks on every corner of Philippi and Targhee. So when I look at this, it seems to me the better place to have people cross Philippi is at Targhee, where you have sidewalks on every corner, rather than constructing, a sidewalk on this property on Philippi that would terminate, at nothing. So, that's just my thought process here. I mean, can you speak to that? I fear that, you're putting a sidewalk in that is only connected for the length of this lot, and then you're letting people just off onto nothing, right? Then they're just in the right of way, and they're left to either walk on the shoulder or then try and cross Philippi mid-block where there's not a crosswalk to get to a sidewalk. Can you help me work through that? Is that generally accurate, do you think?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, I'm not sure I exactly follow, but I can speak a little bit more to why the planning team has decided that this won't necessarily be a sidewalk to nowhere, essentially. As stated in the report and a little bit tonight, these lots north of this site are going to redevelop soon. And we've seen, from the commenting agencies that they're open to detached sidewalk. They think it's possible. It just needs to go through another review. And so I think setting a precedent for waiving this would be more detrimental than to have a sidewalk to nowhere.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Crystal, isn't there also a huge benefit having a sidewalk that gets pedestrians away from a busy intersection without having to walk in the frickin' street? So even though it may be that northern leg doesn't develop, just giving people 50 or 100 feet of sidewalk that keeps them out of the street before an intersection, doesn't the city consider that to be a good in and of itself?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I believe so.
Thank you.
Just Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I guess my point there, Milt, was that if you're gonna have to cross the street to get to a sidewalk, it's better to do it at the intersection where there's more visibility, right? That's where the crosswalks are. You generally try not to have people just jaywalking, in this case, right across Philippi if they want to get to the sidewalk on the east side of Philippi. Does that make sense?
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
I'm baffled by your point. The sidewalk is at an intersection.
No,
it's
but
right
the north
across
side
from
where the
Philippi
new
Park.
terminating.
They walk north on that intersection, the sidewalk by Philippi Park, cross the street onto this new sidewalk, unless I'm.
Okay, Commissioner Schaefer. Do you want to respond to that?
I think we're just
Okay.
not connecting at the moment. Which is fine. We'll
Great.
chalk it up to COVID. And me not being in person. How about that?
Any other questions? Okay. Great. So next we'll go to public testimony. If we have anybody in person, please come right on up to the podium. If we have anybody online, please virtually raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. I did have, Gretchen, it looks like she is online here. Oh no, that's the next item. Sorry, getting ahead of myself here. Item number 5. I don't see anybody signed up in advance, and I'm not seeing anybody online. So next we would be moving to a 5-minute rebuttal from the applicant. There wasn't really opposition, but would you like to use that time, Mr. Williams?
We're not opposed to the sidewalk. That's all I've got. We're in agreement with Crystal. We're on the same page. We're not opposed to it. We are opposed to putting a curb and gutter. We don't think it's even physically possible with the pipeline there at 2-foot depth. So, but yeah, we're not opposed to the sidewalk at all. We support that.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, great. With that, this item is now before the commission and the public portion is closed. And I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we partially approve and partially deny SOS 21-3 as written in the staff report.
Second.
Great. We have a second from Commissioner Moore. Is there discussion, Commissioner Gillespie?
I have nothing to add.
Great. Anybody else have discussion to add? Okay, seeing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Ned,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item number 6. This is CUP. Oh, thank you, Mr. Williams. This is CUP 21-6 for Heidi and Brian Ramos at 4191 West State Street. This is a conditional use permit for a food truck park with alcohol sales. First, we'll hear from staff when you're ready, Mr. Mansfield.
Just give me a second to share my screen. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The next item before you is a request for a conditional use permit to operate a food truck with a beer and wine bar on about half an acre located at 4191 West State Street in a C2D general commercial with design review zone. The applicant is proposing to convert the existing 1,800 square foot building into a beer and wine bar and improve the existing rental equipment lot into an outdoor seating and food truck parking area. A visitor parking area will be provided in the rear of the lot. The site is surrounded by a diverse mix of uses, including multifamily residential, mobile home parks, single-family residential, retail, personal services, and office uses. Notably, ACHD requires that 19 feet of right-of-way be dedicated to accommodate the widening of State Street to 7 lanes, which is included in the agency's 5-year work plan. A condition of approval requires a license agreement with ACHD for any improvements made within the new right-of-way. If ACHD approves a license agreement for the use, the proposed site plan with bicycle parking and a 5th food truck could be allowed. If a license agreement is not obtainable, the applicant can still operate with 4 food trucks and a new bicycle parking area to be determined during the design review phase. Eventually, regardless, the 5th food truck and bike parking as shown on the plan will need to be removed to accommodate the widening of State Street. While numerous comments on social media praise the arrival of this concept, we received one comment of opposition, which details concerns about, quote, crime, panhandling, and vagrancy, end quote, associated with the proposed food truck park and bar. The planning team respectfully disagrees with this assessment and instead views the project as a unique, revitalizing force along a very important gateway corridor into the city. With the recommended conditions of approval, the proposal meets the approval criteria for a conditional use permit. The use is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, as many similar uses are found within a few blocks of the site. With the right-of-way dedication, the use will not place an undue burden on public infrastructure, and the site will still be large enough to accommodate the proposed use. Finally, as outlined in the staff report, the site is designed to minimize impacts to the surrounding properties, and the use is supported by the comprehensive plan. As such, the planning team recommends approval of CUP 2106 with the terms and conditions listed in the staff report. Thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Next, we'll hear from the applicant. Is that you guys? Please come on up. Please start with your name and address, and we'll start with 10 minutes. No, sorry, we're not allowed to remove masks, but go ahead and pull that down to fit you. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'll take off my glasses so they don't steam up. Okay, so my name is Heidi Ramos. My husband is Brian Ramos. We live at 1861 South Rustic Mill in Boise. However, we have worked down in the Veterans Park neighborhood for 13 years at our current business at 4602 West State Street. And we really love the neighborhood. We're super excited to bring this new unique concept to this area. We think it's going to be something that really lifts the entire neighborhood up. We see this concept in other cities, such as Bend and Portland, and other major cities too, like Austin and Phoenix, Arizona. Our concept will have, as Ethan said, and thank you so much for the write-up, Ethan, that was wonderful, has an indoor-outdoor concept for eating and 5 food trucks, possibly 4 with the impact of the ACHD. We see the entire lot being something of a backyard environment, almost like a pocket park on a busy street that currently doesn't have anything like that except for around the Greenbelt. We think this will be something that is valued in the neighborhood and also valued to people who are seeking out a more unique dining experience, where perhaps you can go and get a really great hamburger, or your spouse or eating partner can get Thai food. And all are done to the best of each truck's capability, which if you've ever ate at a food truck before, you know is pretty good. Oh, I wanted to read a comment. So this concept is new to Boise. We have seen other food truck pop-ups, But this would be different because it would be more of a permanent location for 5 permanent food trucks. They would have a minimum of a 6-month lease. So we don't have the in and out or the unpredictability of, who's going to be there. I don't know. Let's just go and find out. We're going to have hopefully 5 different ethnic choices so people know what to always expect. And why we feel this really works well because like I said, when people know what to expect and they come there for the environment, rather than having something that just pops up on the weekend with different food trucks that they're not familiar with. The city of Portland worked with the Urban Vitality Group in their city, and Oregon Business article, Rolling in a New Direction, wrote in September 27th, 2019, says, the City of Portland Bureau of Planning and recently published a study that was conducted with the Urban Vitality Group to study the effects of food carts on neighborhood livability and street vitality. Based on survey results, inventories and interviews with business owners in 4 food cart pods around the city, the group found that food carts have a positive impact on both neighborhood life and street vitality, as they provide affordable dining options, social interaction, and convenience. Also, Ethan mentioned the positive feedback that we have received. There have been 2 articles written about this concept since we signed up for our CUP, one being by Boise Dev, in which it received 140 likes with 22 hearts, and the other one being by the Idaho Statesman, which received over 2,500 likes. And some of the positive comments, if you'll just indulge me for a second. Lynn Gailey says, yes, please, P&Z, what fun this will be. So, and then other people who say, I live in the area, I would love to go. And from the Statesman, Barry Balu says, finally. I think this is something that would really serve the public and Boise well, and I really look forward to bringing this concept to 40191 West State Street.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Great. Before we go to questions from the commission, I will check to see, do we have a representative from the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association? If you're online, please virtually raise your hand. Okay, and seeing none, then we will move to questions from the commission for staff or for the applicant.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie, you should come on back up here because they might have questions.
So my mind is casting back to the really interesting discussion that the city had about the backyard. And so some of my questions are somewhat related or came up in that context. So the first question is there any restrictions, or does the city have any restrictions on hours of operation or noise levels that are in your development? And you thought of it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I did think of it. We did not impose any additional specific conditions. We felt that being in a general commercial zone along one of the busiest corridors in the city, this was a perfect place to allow a bar to be open from general hours. And so the noise ordinance does in fact protect surrounding residences in the way you see on the screen.
Madam Chairman, can you put up the satellite map of the surrounding area and sort of point out to us where the surrounding residences are?
So Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie. You've got Valor Point is across Fargo. Most importantly, probably is the duplex kind of to the southwest.
Can you point to that?
That would be right here.
Uh-huh.
And then, it's unclear what exactly is happening along these.
Okay, it's not, it
this
doesn't look
situation.
like single family housing.
This is a Big Smoke. So there's certainly some retail.
Okay.
We're unsure about the status of the housing though.
Okay. And then kitty corner on Fargo, it looks like a house.
Back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So you're not providing any site-specific restrictions on hours?
The staff recommendations do not include that. However, you as the commissioners are more than welcome to impose those conditions.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Heidi, what's your feeling on the hours of operation that you think are appropriate for this site?
We have discussed that the food trucks will stop operation probably around 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and that the bar would stay open to 10 to 11 p.m. We don't intend to be an all-night type of environment. We see our facility being a more family-based environment. Also, for noise mitigation, we are installing power, sewer, and water to the trucks. There will be no running of generators. And so, people might hear other people having a good time, laughing and talking, as they would in any other neighborhood environment.
So I'll just let other commissioners, we can think about it, but I would like to hear people's ideas on should we restrict the hours of operation to, no later than 10 or 11 or midnight, and sort of what are the pros and cons of that? Madam Chairman, I have one other sort of related question.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Can the city or the applicant, can you discuss the lighting plan and what you're thinking about in order to sort of keep the light on the site and not, I know you're on State Street, but I am cognizant that, to the south and west of you, there are residential users.
We intend to use string lights within the park, just going above because do we have a map of what what it will look like with the site plan? You can see that, so you can see that there's 3 food truck carts along Fargo. And also, I don't know if it was mentioned, but we will be having a full fence, a wood fence. So the entire park will be fenced in. So neighbors might see string lights going from approximately where the front of the food truck to the front of the current existing building. And then lights on the building are currently floodlights, which we're going to be changing out to a more decorative downward facing light.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
Do you mind pulling up the noise ordinance just one more time? So this ordinance, if I'm interpreting it correctly, protects the residents if noise is audible. It says through any loud amplification to a residence, they're protected in that manner, just by the noise ordinance itself. Is that correct?
Madam Chair,
for staff.
Commissioner Moore, that's my interpretation of it. If it's audible, if there's amplified sound that's audible within a place of residence that's not the source of the sound, it's a violation of the noise ordinance.
And then, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I think I read in the staff report there are several kind of bars all along State Street. Do those bars contain sort of large, similar scale kind of outdoor areas as well?
I would say that the lift has a very similar outdoor area. They have a very large, probably a very large patio. Yeah.
And then Madam Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
one more question. So the noise ordinance, does it applies to amplified noise, but would that apply to just loud, just multiple people talking loudly and things like that? Is it covered? And this is for staff.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, perhaps our attorney could clarify, but it's my understanding and my reading of this that it does have to be an amplified noise. It does not apply to simply people talking.
Okay.
We also feel that on State Street, the vehicle noise is quite loud, and it's actually the entire reason why we are going with the enclosed fence. When you're standing on the property itself, hearing the cars go by, it is very loud. And so we feel like adding the fence and adding those sound barriers will help not only the people inside the lot, but also hopefully the neighbors around.
Perfect. No, thank you. And Madam Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I have a couple of questions about ACHD, but I'd like somebody else
Yeah,
to
go.
take a stab at the noise ordinance or the noise
Right.
first.
Oh, no, go for it. Yeah, go ahead with your ACHD.
So
questions.
in terms of ACHD, just to clarify, and this is for staff. So the proposal is to potentially build out, and then ACHD may at some future time in the next 5 years come and remove that 19-foot area.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, that is correct. The date has not been set for that construction to commence. ACHD would acquire the right-of-way now, and a license agreement would be required to operate or construct anything within the right-of-way.
Okay. And then there's some on packet page 415, there's some kind of question as to whether or not the existing building would be kept. That would be part of the license agreement as well.
Commissioner or Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, that's my understanding. In our discussions with Ada County Highway District, it was actually unknown by the planner whether or not the building would need to be removed, but we expect that it will be able to remain based on other buildings set back of a similar distance.
Perfect. Well, thank you.
But commissioners online, do you guys have any questions?
No, I don't think so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, with that, then we'll move to our public testimony. Thank you. Pardon?
There's Gretchen.
Yeah, perfect. We'll start with Gretchen Hoyt. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Gretchen Hoyt. I live at 891 North Lander Street, about 2 blocks from this proposed idea. And I think it's probably best if I just read my letter so that it's in the record openly. Dear Madam Mayor and Boise City Council, this letter is to express my deep concern and opposition to the food truck pod being proposed by Heidi and Brian Ramos for 4194 West State Street. It's a terrible spot for such assembly. My deep worry is based on facts involving the following. The population of Boise residents dealing with alcohol addictions that live or will live within the 1 block of this proposed new source of booze. First of all, it's Valor Point, housing veterans struggling with all sorts of homelessness. Alcohol addictions is directly across the very small side street. Although not up and running yet, there is doesn't seem to be any stopping the Interfaith Alliance Boise buying the Salvation Army to house a vast number of homeless people across State Street. Like the veterans at Valor Point, this population also fights substance abuse, and they have far fewer resources than the veterans, and none of those resources are easily accessible so far out of the city, but more booze will be. There are already at least four other businesses that have liquor licenses in that 2-block area, not to mention the strip club, Satin Dolls, that stays open all nights. And I should say that it's not an actual strip club. Their nipples are covered, so it's really more Protestant porn, but it's still a sex thing. Traffic patterns on State Street are already very difficult to deal with. Trying to ingress and egress from side streets onto State Streets is very difficult. When I've been talking to ACHD over the last year and trying to get them to reevaluate the traffic lights timing at Collister and Willow Lane, they have no plan to do so until late 2022 or 23. That date was reconfirmed on March 30th by their traffic management department. It will take the public very, very little time to realize that they can come in the back way to this food truck nightmare by winding through our backside streets, residential areas, kids, families, dogs, and the like. Noise pollution, outdoor seating with music bumped up against any residential living is not conducive to quiet country life. I've been a resident in Boise for over 40 years. There have been good choices made by the city council in those decades and poor ones. The one constant that I have had to learn that no matter who is mayor or on the city council, the city generally is going to do what it wants, no matter what the residents say during these public hearing phases of projects. This is my sense for this bad idea. You will give this proposed food truck pod the go-ahead to occupy the nearly half acre of land. It will serve booze to a vulnerable population, increase traffic issues on State, bring more crime, panhandling, and vagrancy to an already low-income area of town. You may all sleep well in your homes far away from this impending additional problem brewing on West State Street.
Thank you, Ms. Hoyt. Sorry, that's the end of time, but I will mention that we did get a written copy of your letter in our packet. So we have all read the letter in addition to hearing that. Thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight? Please come right on up to the podium. If you're second in line to come up to the podium, please come a little bit closer just so we can keep it moving. Yeah, you're fine where you are. Please start with your name and address, and you can pull that mic down to fit you a little bit. And name and address, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman. My name is Heather Scott. I'm actually in attendance for one of the other items and kind of heard of this. My address is 10908 West Fairview Avenue, Boise. So I'd just like to support the project. I've actually attended parks much like this and other communities throughout the country. And the comments that the last one was just made, I actually work with the rescue mission and those agencies in one of my other facilities that I manage. And although it is unfortunate what some of those constituents in our community go through, it shouldn't be that of the fault of a business developer and of the businesses that could be going into this kind of a lot and where it's located. I think that you're finding one of the best suitable uses for the space. And there's plenty of charitable action that could come from a project like this to support the community members that were concerned from the last woman. And I don't think that it's going to have the kind of negative impact at any greater of a level than any other business would be bringing into the area. So.
Thank you. Come on up.
I'm Brian Ramos, 1861 South Rustic Mill, Boise, Idaho, 83709. I am the not so better half of Heidi. I did want to clarify a few things. We are not going to have a liquor license. It's going to be beer and wine only. We're going to have kombucha and a bunch of other non-alcoholic drinks. Our intent is to create a family atmosphere, not a bar type of situation. And in the design picture, you can see that we intentionally put the parking lot in the back half of that lot just to create a buffer. So we are not going to have people right up against the housings, the neighborhood's fences or anything like that. There's going to be cars parked there and a fence in between any people talking. All our patios are going to be towards the State Street part of it for the elimination of noise into the neighborhood. And that was basically all I wanted to add.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to testify on this item tonight? If you're online, please virtually raise your hand or come on up to the podium. Okay, seeing none, then it's back to the applicant for a 5-minute rebuttal, if you'd like to use that time.
Ryan covered it pretty well, the fact that we're not asking for a liquor license and that we will be having just beer and wine and other non-alcoholic drinks. I think the other thing that Ms. Hoyt mentioned was the traffic patterns, and I think it shows in our CUP that we are actually asking for a parking variance because we are going to be providing about 3 to 5 times the actual needed bike space. We are only about 0.4 miles off of the Greenbelt, and we certainly hope most of our customers choose to walk or bike to our facility.
Thank you. Great. At this point, we will close the public portion of the hearing and the item is before the commission. Don't look at me.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
I move that we approve, I had the number right in front of me and now I don't.
21-6.
21-6. Thank you very much.
I'll second.
No, give it to Schaefer.
I'll take it to you. Second from Commissioner Schaefer. Do we have discussion?
Madam Chair, just as I made the motion, I'm very familiar with this type of concept, having spent 5 years in Portland and almost every day eating at the food pod courts there in downtown Portland. And so I'm very familiar with this concept. And I think it's a great use of space. It's a good adaptive reuse of the building that's there. I see very minimal risk with having a simple beer and wine provision. And anyways, and I think additionally providing sewer water and power to the food trucks, something that's another great thing. I'm not sure if they plan to use the beer and wine bar as the commissary or food storage or that kind of thing, but it sounds like they've thought through this proposal pretty well. And so that's why I'm in favor of it.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So Commissioner Blanchard, what are your thoughts on restricting the hours of operation, in particular, setting a closing time? It didn't seem to come up a lot, like in the public testimony. Remember, 6 months ago when we did the backyard, we argued about that for hours. What are your thoughts on that?
I certainly would be receptive to a friendly amendment related to that. I mean, I did have some questions in my mind as to how they were going to handle deliveries on the property. Bakery deliveries, especially, and food deliveries can be exceptionally early, which could potentially be disruptive to the neighborhood. So that would be one thing. Again, that's what I'm not sure how the building is being used, the beer and wine part, if that's being used as the commissary and they're going to have common deliveries there, or if there's going to be a constant stream of delivery trucks with each food truck taking its own deliveries from food and bakery and other vendors that could be potentially disruptive. So yeah, I would certainly be receptive to something that said, the hours were 7 to 10 or 7 to 8 or something like that. Again, not knowing what the cleanup process is with the trucks. Like, are they going to be doing dishes in a common commissary, or are they going to be doing dishes in the food truck and the whole place is silent by 10, or are there going to be people banging around from truck into the commissary and then not out of there till midnight? So yeah, certainly those things are all out there. Having been in the business, I understand all those challenges. So yeah, I think I would be receptive certainly to hours of operation amendment.
Okay, so, go ahead, Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you. I was just going to chime in real quick. Obviously I support the motion. I seconded the motion. I agree with the applicant. I think the way they've laid out the site, they're responding to, the residences to the, south or west, however you want to phrase it. I'm not sure I share the noise concerns so much. I think we're all a little sensitive just given the last similar application like this, but, For me in this instance, just the fact that we're located on State Street, I'm tending to think that just the traffic noise alone on State Street will probably be louder than most of the noise that, this project generates on a daily basis. Certainly understand that there's, 4 or 5, different vendors working there. And to Chris's point, they'll all have their own deliveries and whatnot. But, again, I just think that the way I'm looking at it, and if I'm missing something, please chime in here after I'm done. But the way I'm looking at it, I think that the traffic noise on State Street is going to trump, the noise that they generate on this property. Yeah, and I appreciate, their thought process here. They're providing adequate, more than adequate bike parking. I think it's going to be a pretty nice amenity to the neighborhood here. Additionally, there are, 2 other bars/restaurants in the near vicinity, and to my knowledge, they haven't created any issues with the neighbors behind. So I guess that's where I'm coming down. I'm open to some more discussion on hours of operation, but I don't foresee a need for that myself right now.
I would tend to fall into that category as well, frankly. I mean, I'm sure that the traffic noise probably over a 24-hour period on State Street doesn't get below 100 dB. So yeah, you're not going to be at that even with a bunch of people in conversation. So that's why I really didn't press it. But again, to Milt's point, I would be open as well. But yeah, again, I don't think there's probably any reason to suspect that there will be a problem until, let's let it go until there is something.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
Just to chime in on that as well. I think the difference between this project and the backyard, which you're talking about, this is surrounded by some amount of commercial on a very busy street, whereas the backyard was on a quieter street, surrounded by a lot more residential, kind of established neighborhood, which is far different from State Street, especially high-rise apartments and things like that. The Valor Point. So I'm a little bit more comfortable just allowing the noise ordinance to kind of govern some of those issues, just because of the difference in locations. But on the other hand, it does border residential, so I totally understand the reasoning behind it as well.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
You guys have convinced me. I'll support the motion as is. I would like to urge Heidi and Brian to be especially mindful of both your lights and your noise. I think the noise point is less important because of State Street. I think how you string your lights and where they point and how they work would be pretty neighborly if you could figure out how to mitigate that impact, especially to the south and to the, across the street to Valor Point and then Kitty Corner. So I hope in your design that you can sort of think through what it's like to stand or be in those places when you guys are going full blast at 10:30 in the summer and So that's all I got.
Great. Okay. We have a motion to approve CUP 21-6. And will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. So now we're moving on to item number 8. This is CUP 21-5, Travis Burrows at 1675 North Pineview Lane. This is a conditional use permit for self-service storage. We'll start first with staff. Franum, is that Ms. Franum? Is that right?
It's actually a recent change, Mrs. Garlick.
Garlic?
Garlic.
Garlic, okay.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's your first time.
Yes, nice to meet you all.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is our newest planner to the team, Delaney Garlic, although when we advertised it was still Farnham, I think officially. So.
Congratulations.
Thanks. In the midst of the name change.
Well, I mean,
either way.
Right, either way. Go ahead when you're ready.
Great. Well, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The item before you is a request for a conditional use permit for a new self-service storage facility. The subject property is located at 1675 North Pineview Lane within the Pineview Plaza subdivision and is accessed via a shared 30.
Sorry, Ms. Garlic, we're not seeing your screen. It's garlic like garlic bread, right?
Garlick.
Okay, yeah, with a K. Garlic bread with a K. I like it. Okay.
Great, sorry guys. So picking up where I left off, this property is accessed via a shared 30-foot driveway that connects to Fairview Avenue. The property is zoned C2D, general commercial with design review. The applicant is requesting the conditional use permit to develop an approximately 15,940 square foot self-service storage building in an existing vacant building pad area. This use is compatible with the surrounding area, as the site is bordered to the north and west by self-service storage, to the south by a multi-tenant retail, and within the immediate vicinity, there is a mix of commercial uses. The applicant anticipates the building being utilized as flex space with a primary use of storage. Any future tenants will have to adhere to the allowed uses within the C2 zone district and may be subject to future entitlement processes. So the development would occupy lots 2 and 3, which were recently approved for a parcel consolidation, which created a 0.95 acre lot. The proposed project would eliminate 24 parking spaces as shown in red. This would reduce the allotted parking from 64 spaces down to 40 spaces. With the elimination of the 24 spaces, the minimum parking standards will be met for both the existing uses of the site and this proposed project. The property is also located within a design review overlay, which is currently being assessed under a design review permit concurrently. The proposed structure includes 10 individual tenant spaces, ranging in size from 933 square feet up to 3,347 square feet. Each unit includes an entrance door, roll-up door, and an internal restroom. Standard agency and department comments were received. 2 public comments were also received during the review. A neighbor did detail concerns with the existing sub-grade drainage system located in the existing parking lot. Additionally, late correspondence received identified issues with the proposed use, the elimination of parking, the impacts to parking lot circulation, and violations with an existing cross-access agreement in the CC&Rs. In conclusion, the staff and planning team does recommend approval. The commission does render a final decision, and I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garlick. Great job. Next, we'll move to hear from the applicant. Oh, perfect. In here, great. Come on up. Please start with your name and address, and we'll start with 10 minutes.
Great. Travis Burrows, 3718 North Pepperwood Drive, Boise. I am the owner, one of the owners of the lots there. And just to clarify real quick, we're proposing these more as the garage condo style type facility. They could be purchased or just leased. We haven't gotten into the marketing analysis there yet. definitely want to support a mixed use. We don't want it strictly to be storage. We want some flexibility there. We have received interest from the tenants in the buildings to the south. They would like to utilize some of that space. Several of them have some units in the surrounding storage and would like to consolidate or expand their facilities a little bit. One including like the cabinet shop typically would have a box truck, as their manufacturing is located outside of the city limits. And so they typically park their large box truck there waiting for the project to commence. So I don't believe I have anything to add at this point. We did receive the concerns from the neighbors and hope to work through that with them. The drainage, of course, being the first issue. Since then, it was a snowmageddon type issue that created a lot of flooding, and since that has happened, unfortunately, we inherited that when we purchased the property. But definitely willing to work through all of that. We have since cleaned the subsurface drainage, had them jetted. In fact, one of them had tree roots growing. That's been repaired. And I stand for any other questions.
Thank you. Great. Well, first, I'll just double check to see if we have a representative from the West Valley Neighborhood Association. Please virtually raise your hand if you're online for that. Okay, seeing none, then we'll move to questions from the commission for staff or for the applicant.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I just have a quick clarification on the use. So it's labeled storage, but it has a restroom in the back. And no, that doesn't seem typical. Could you explain kind of the envision for that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore, happy to address that. So with this particular use in the C2 zone district, it is allowed for general commercial. This specific conditional use permit is sort of categorized under a self-service storage use. Unfortunately, our code does not have a specific flex space defined use. In moving forward, as individual tenants do take, whether they lease or own, those uses will be looked at to make sure they conform with that C2 zoning.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So just a quick follow-up. So if a future use has a parking intensity, I guess that's higher than the storage use now, is there enough parking to kind of accommodate some disparity in some of those with that strip of parking removed?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Moore. Yeah, I believe with the parking, the way that it was originally allotted was that the subdivision was quite overparked. With the existing use, or with the proposed use as self-service storage, that only requires 4 parking spaces. As proposed, they are providing 40 spaces. So with that in mind, we believe that would be plenty additional parking to accommodate future uses if they were not to go forward with storage.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further question, Commissioner
Madam,
Gillespie.
can you hold on one second? I'm just trying to reload.
I'd love to. Yeah, let's just give everybody a minute.
So can you, Delaney, can you go to the purpley white built one that sort of is in your in the staff report that shows the proposed building? It looks like this.
I was gonna say, if she knows what the purpley white thing
Well, this
is,
one.
I'm gonna be really amazed.
I'm just a little confused about
Here we go.
something.
Yeah, I think no, it's this one.
That's it. So I see these 8 bays, right, across the south face of the building.
Yes.
And then I see, but how far back do these go? I mean, is it all one giant building? Like and then if you go to the next page, it shows, no, not that one, this one. Yeah, that one. So is it one, so there's 8 across the front and then 2 that come in from the side and they're really long. So the 2 on the north side are much, much bigger than the 8 on the bottom. Is that right?
Honestly, this is to be presented as a shell building currently. The conditional use is for the storage use in the zone, and this would allow for flexibility if a tenant wanted more than one unit, or if they wanted the unit to go further back, we would allow that flexibility. The idea of the 2 along the back, again, I had mentioned the tenants in the front buildings. One of them was the shooter's bench. And he works with Boy Scouts and was interested in an indoor air rifle shooting range. So it was
He wants a long one.
that was the idea. It could be broken up, if he doesn't go that way.
So you don't know exactly how many units there will be in this building?
There is a lot of flexibility with that, yes.
Okay. Madam Chairman, next.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So does this permit prevent them from, say, operating a retail or wholesale business from these units?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie. The conditional use permit is addressing the self-service storage. However, within the C2 zone, we would allow a variety of general commercial uses that would be reviewed and approved. Certain uses may require additional administrative approval. Certain uses may trigger additional entitling with conditional use permits.
Okay, Madam Chairman. So I guess what I'm getting at for the city is the concern that, okay, what happens if one of these bays turns into, say, an automotive parts distributor? And all of a sudden there's all this traffic and all this parking to access what is in fact a retail business. And our parking requirement is based off self-storage. So I guess I'm a little confused about the use restrictions that are going to be in place, particularly as they relate to the adequacy of the parking. Does that make sense? So can you help me with, like, how do we know that, the guy opening the shooting gallery isn't going to have 30 cars show up to shoot? Like, or would that violate the use of the CUP?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, the particular use like I mentioned, is overparked. It's providing 40 spaces. As individual tenant spaces fill up, we will assess the site for adequate parking. Certain uses may not be adequate, although may be allowed in a C2 zone based on the site specifics.
I'm still, Madam Chairman,
Commissioner
I'm still
Gillespie.
confused. So I get that there's a whole bunch of uses allowed in the C2 zone, but we're doing a CUP for this use, right? So does the CUP, or can we add it as a condition to restrict the use? I'm just struggling with, because this is only relevant because of the traffic and parking consideration, right? So that's why we're having this discussion.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I believe, the thing to remember is that the flex space that they're requesting is not defined in our code, and that includes the parking. So technically, any of those uses could come in and we would have to evaluate them each individually with the parking that would be set up on site at that time. So if something more intense came in and the parking wasn't there or the traffic wasn't there, it would be a conditional use permit potentially, and we would have to evaluate it at that time. So an auto use, a minor one, is allowed within the C2. It certainly does mean if there's a successful business and you have more traffic that could happen, but the site is overparked at this time. And so even by removing those parking spaces, there is still adequate parking. We can't know exactly what uses will always be in these spots for the future. But because it's a flex space, storage was the best way to encapsulate that, even without the higher parking requirements that we would normally see from other uses.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, great. Seeing none, we'll now go to public testimony. So if you are online to testify tonight, please virtually raise your hand. And we'll start. Yeah, go ahead. Come on up again. Start with your name and address again, and you'll have 3 minutes again.
My name is Heather Scott. I live and manage the Idaho Self-Storage location at 10908 West Fairview Avenue, Boise 83713. I don't know if it's possible. I have some photos I'd like to share with.
We unfortunately can't accept things after that late correspondence.
All right. So some of them were a part of an email. I've been emailing with Delaney, and I've spoken with Travis. I'm representing the ownership of Idaho Self-Storage. So we have 2 primary concerns. The first, as mentioned, is the subgrade drainage. This property prior to the sale of this lot has flooded my facility at least 4 times. One of them penetrated the entire rear of the facility, submerging one building in about 6 inches of water. The services that they've referenced to the subgrade drainage, if you could bring up one of the aerial maps, it shows, you can see there's 2,000-gallon drain vaults for the entire rear of the existing parking lot. All of the rainwater coming off the existing 2 lots for the subdivision, not this one, aerials. All of the rainwater coming off the rear of the existing 2 buildings, and the entire parking lot drains to 2 grease traps that you can see in the corners of their lot. They've been serviced, that's true, but they've flooded my property since then. We've had a lot of problems with erosion control. We're requesting that part of the conditional use be a requirement that these drains are appropriately engineered and evaluated, and that the retaining walls that we've made requests are put in place, because their material is no longer staying on their property. We've put in a drainage system after their flood that goes all the way along the perimeter of our 2 properties on the east and north sides, and their material is now filling in our drain beds. The other consideration that we have outside of drainage, one of the points, this project was planned on their rainwater runoff from this 15,000 square foot building tying into those existing drains. So we have extreme concerns that the owner who sold it knew of these drainage issues, and I don't know how it was put forth that they could tie in more water to an already failing system, but that's not something that we're comfortable with it moving forward. The parking and traffic is also something that we have a lot of concern about. Although it may appear on paper as if it's overbuilt, as a neighbor, I'm here to tell you, it is not built overparked. That parking lot is consistently full from the tenants in the existing retail strip mall. There's also been a drive-through that was approved sort of in the midst of their project that now kind of goes in front of
Time.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, that's the end of the time. Do we have anybody else? I see one other person online. If you'd like to testify, please go ahead and virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, then we will allow the applicant for a 5-minute rebuttal if you'd like to use that time.
Thank you. As I stated before, we definitely intend to retain all of the water on our site. And I was stated here, there was a condition, I believe Nampa Meridian Irrigation District had addressed that as well. And in addition to their comments, I believe they referred to having an engineer evaluate the existing drainage, and we definitely intend to comply with all the city codes and keeping the rainwater on our sites. So
Thank
That's all
you.
I have. Thanks.
Great. Okay, at this point, we'll close the public portion of the hearing and the item is now before the commission.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that I'm going to try this. I'm obviously uncomfortable with the city's ambiguity on the use. C2, you can do just about anything. I move that we approve CUP 21-5 with the following amendment to packet page 484. Top of the page, the sentence that begins with any future tenant. That sentence as it reads now says, any future tenant will have to adhere to the allowed uses within the C2 zone district and may be subject to future entitlement processes. I would like to delete the word and may and substitute the word and must. Because I think the city, if someone's going to put a different use in one of those things, it's not self-storage. So if it's not self-storage, I think they should have to go back to the city, and then the city needs to approve that use because that use could affect the parking and the other people on the property. So that's my motion.
I will second.
Great. We have a second from Commissioner Schaefer. Is there further discussion?
Well, Madam
Commissioner
Chairman,
Gillespie?
I think my dissatisfaction is clear with, we have public testimony about concerns about parking. We're entitling this building to go in. It's the CUP clearly says this is a self-storage building. That's the use. And all the parking requirements are driven off that. But then later we say, well, they might put in something else and we might take a look at it. And I just want the city to take a look at it, even if it's administratively. Because I think the parking issue and all these other issues are germane to the other people occupying the site and the adjacents.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I'd just like to clarify on what the condition you would like for this use to be, that anything other than self-storage goes through a conditional use permit, or it's administratively reviewed?
Well, Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'm not sure exactly how to formulate. I'm happy. I presume we have rules on, if people want to go with a different use than what the CUP says. And the CUP we're approving says this is a self-storage building. If it's not used for self-storage, then they need to go through the process to either amend the CUP or get whatever permission the city thinks it wants to have. I mean, I'm open to your suggestion on how exactly to frame it. I don't want to create a huge public hearing, but I think an administrative review at a minimum is what I'm looking for.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I want to just add on to this. So for a new tenant to go into a particular space, presumably this use would be under analysis just to get their certificate of occupancy prior to moving into a space. Is that correct? Yes.
Sorry, we can't take questions. We can't.
I guess that's a
don't know.
clarification question for Saline.
Commissioner Moore, can you repeat that? Sorry.
So for new tenants to go into a building, presumably they would need, their use would go under analysis during the certificate of occupancy process.
That is correct.
So,
And the planning department or the planning team is part of that review to make sure that those uses are allowed within the C2 zone.
But Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
my issue isn't to make sure that it's allowed in the C2 zone. There's a bunch of stuff that's allowed in the C2 zone that I don't think necessarily should go in here.
Yeah.
Like very parking intensive uses
Like a bar is allowed in the C, I don't know, I don't have the use, but a bar is allowed in a C2 zone. If somebody gets one of these spaces, says, I'd like to throw in a bar, and this guy in front of the honored applicant says, sure, throw in a bar. All of a sudden you've got 30 people showing up. Now, I wouldn't personally go to a bar in a storage unit, but kids today, I don't know. So, but you get my point, right? Is not just that it's allowed in C2, it's that it fits with the conditions of the property we're looking at.
Yeah, I actually agree with Commissioner Gillespie that it would be, I mean, now the trick is just trying to come up with how we need to phrase it.
The other thing, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Gillespie.
One thing we just say, look, this CUP is for self-storage unit, and that's what this CUP is for. If you want to do anything else, you need to come back and amend or modify the CUP.
Yeah, I mean, because part of me feels, I mean, this is just for the discussion, but part of me feels like if we're not sure what the use is yet, then perhaps it's too early in this process to be approving a use that is still yet to be determined. So I as well am comfortable approving. I support the motion because I'm comfortable approving the use that is before us, but it's hard to.
Madam Chairman, how about this idea? I just had this idea. Okay. We basically say, in a sense, there's an amount of parking on the site, right? And as these uses go into this space, they use up that bank of parking per the code, right? Because every use has a parking requirement. Mm-hmm. And the city has to make that parking assessment for all these uses, but at the point where they go over then they have the parking assessment, then they have to come back and modify the CUP. I'm just looking for some way to link to the problem of parking, which we have on the record, to all these uses. Like, how do we calculate the use required, the parking minimum?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I believe that is a good tangent that you could go through. And rather than, I hate to use the word deferral, but rather than approve or deny, potentially a deferral would make sense. We could defer this to next week or to next month, depending on what the applicant is agreeable to find out that number and to come back.
Can we defer to Madam Chairman?
Commissioner Gillespie.
I wondered if you could inquire. So let me just say, I'm okay with the deferral real quick because I'm okay with the building and, It's just this issue. So could we defer to next week? Are you okay with that? And
I know that next week is a super packed schedule. I read about it. Is next, yeah, I don't know. You guys tell me. We can, next week works for me if that's okay with you guys.
Well, Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, Commissioner Blanchard.
Just reading back on the same page that Commissioner Gillespie referenced, page 44, and it specifically says the applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to develop an approximately 15,940 square foot self-service storage building. So in my mind, unless I'm wrong, that's what we are approving. And I kind of all this talk about, well, what different kinds of things might C2 uses might be put in this. We're approving a self-storage building.
Madam Chairman. So what Chris might be suggesting is we delete the sentence, any future tenant will have to adhere to the allowed uses within the C2 zone. Like if you delete that sentence, it's a self-storage unit. I'm thinking we need to defer.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
Just another kind of point of view. So I think the intent of the parking, the excess of parking for the site would be as tenants go in, you have your first tenant goes in, they take 5 space and you have 35 left. Then you have 30 left and so on and so forth. So if you get to the last space and you only have 1 parking space left per code, you can't put in a large restaurant or something like that. So it would kind of restrict itself in that way unless you go for a variance or some other application to allow that.
Madam Chairman, and I'm just wondering how that process works. Like who's actually doing the parking, keeping the parking bank account, so to speak? You know, how does that work? And I'm happy to defer because it's hard to negotiate this stuff at 9:40 at night.
Let's, is 1 week, I know that we have a motion on the table that is not to defer right now, so we'll get to that motion in a moment, but, what would you prefer, Saline, if we were?
Madam Chair, we can do 1 week or 1 month. I would maybe want to just touch base with the applicant to see if he's available in 1 week or 1 month. I do think 1 week would be adequate.
I do too.
Are you available next Monday?
Well, I'd prefer to offer a simple explanation if I had an opportunity.
Madam Chair, just point of order. Maybe we should just open the public hearing again. Because there's only two of us, or two folks here tonight.
Okay.
Just so it's clean, and then we can get more questions and answers on
Can
the
we
table.
vote this motion first that's still on the table and then go back to public testimony? Just to keep it clear so we don't have this open motion on the table still. Okay, so the motion on the table is to approve CUP 21-5, but change the word may to must on page 4.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
with the permission of the seconder, I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I wholeheartedly second that.
Okay, Commissioner Schaefer withdraws his second and Commissioner Gillespie withdraws his motion. Great. No.
You could say without objection from the rest of
without objection from the rest of the commission.
Now we're back.
Great. Please.
So, Madam Chair, I would just note that the public hearing would be opened again, so we can go through Q&A.
Okay, so.
Because right now.
Right, so
public
after
hearing is
Q&A,
closed.
then we have to go back to public testimony.
If we want to have this open dialogue, I think having a Q&A session with the applicant would make sense.
Yeah.
And then allow for additional public testimony, then
Okay.
close the public hearing, allow you to deliberate and make a motion and vote.
Yeah, great.
And maybe we don't need to defer.
Okay. Okay. Great. So we'll start with Q&A from the commission. So Commissioner Gillespie, do you have a cue?
I have a question for both the city. What would the city like to do? What does the city feel is the most expeditious way to manage this permit?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I believe, I apologize, I'm not as familiar with the permit as Delaney is. I think the questions that we should ask the applicant and Delaney are how many parking spaces are allotted for this particular building. If you did want to go down the shared parking agreement route, we could get that on the record and make that a condition of approval. It is at your discretion to say that only self-storage is allowed here, and any other use, even if it is allowed in the C2, would be a conditional use. You can be that more restrictive in that sense.
Okay, I'll ask a question then to the applicant to allow you your moment of explanation. How you have heard what we're all struggling with, what do you suggest as a solution to preventing businesses that we are not approving to be utilized there and to be overparked?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. Just to back up real quick, the first motion honestly would have been very close to what we were hoping for. Inherently, in the permitting process, the shell building itself is one application. Any tenant going in would be a separate tenant improvement application through the building department, design review, all of that as well. So that would, through that process, would trigger the analysis of the parking. And myself, being in the business and the industry, I did do a study on the parking as it was previously existing. We'd gone through several renditions of this project. We've owned it almost 2 years now, not quite, I'm off on that. But it's definitely been a process trying to get that balance. And we feel that this, as stated by staff, is definitely overparked. And, we're definitely sensitive to the parking. And we want to meet code and regulations. And as the owner of the building, we would have control of that. And would do everything in our power to make that. Obviously, it wouldn't be approved if, city staff did not agree that, we met the parking requirements and all that. So, and just to back up even further, the first line of my letter of explanation is just the proposed conditional use application is a request to allow the self-storage use in the C2 zone. Not that this building will be strictly self-storage. It is only to allow that in addition to everything else that is in the already approved in the C2 zone. So I don't know if that was a clarification that needs to be addressed on the staff's report itself, or it was definitely not the intent for this to be strictly self-storage.
I think that's the problem that we're struggling with, is that, it's hard for us to approve a CUP when we don't know what the use will be. Commissioner Gillespie.
So Delaney, on page 481, you have a chart on parking, and the first row is total parking spaces, required parking for CUP 4, existing 64, and proposed parking for CUP 40. Can you take us through how you calculated 4, 64, and 40 in that first line?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I'll be happy to do that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Great. So with the conditional use permit, I think I'll first kind of touch on, there was a struggle with how do we do a conditional use permit on a flex space when we do not have a definition of flex space in our code. With the applicant, with the design of the building, with proposed tenants being somewhat storage, maybe foreseeing other uses down the road, we saw self-service storage as the most appropriate fit for the proposal. With that being said, self-service storage only requires 4 parking spaces.
Madam Chairman. So Delaney, so it's basically
Commissioner Gillespie.
It's basically what, 1 parking space for 2.5 storage units, because there's 10 storage units, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, the way our parking code reads, it's 4 spaces per facility.
Oh, so
Correct.
Okay, cool.
So not based on a square footage or tenant count, just strictly based on the facility. So
Okay.
the 4 spaces is what's designated for that use. Looking at the existing parking, leaving 40 spaces felt adequate to for future anticipated uses that may go here. As the applicant noted, the kind of ways we have in place to track this or analyze each individual tenant space is through our building permit process, which includes tenant improvement. Any changes to the exterior would also trigger a design review. So with the individual tenant improvements, planning would have an opportunity to assess that use, assess the current site for adequate parking. If they didn't meet parking, their options would be to come in for a variance to the parking, or to change the use, or come through with a conditional use permit to address a specific use that would not fit the current site layout.
And so the 64 is what happens if you count up all the parking on lot 2 and lot 3?
Correct. 64 spaces is what currently exists, and it's between lot 2 and lot 3.
Uh-huh.
Once, the proposed structure would eliminate the parking directly south of the building pad.
Right.
And then we have 4 spaces. One is to accommodate ADA for loading and unloading, and then also terminal landscape planters as requested by design review.
So that takes out the 24, and so that's how you get the 40.
Correct.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So by your calculation, we have a bank of parking of 36 spaces that can be spent, so to speak, or that are available.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, that would be correct if we're considering 4 spaces designated for the storage use.
Right.
And then future uses would have 36 available.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I might just add, since we've opened this up and we're going to have a heck of a time tonight, that the building proposed is for storage. It has those 4 spaces, and that any other tenants, as things move in and out of this space, are only allowed to share those 40 spaces. And so I believe it's a recommended condition of approval to have a shared parking agreement that this building is only allowed those 40 spaces. And so as tenants come in and out, that agreement would need to be adhered to with all tenants, whether it's 1 taking up 3 spaces or 3 taking up 3 spaces.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So Celine, are you saying that the shared parking agreement is shared between lots 2 and 3, but not between 1 and 4? So what is shared about the parking agreement, I guess?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I mean, the entire subdivision has a shared parking agreement.
So that each unit is sharing all the parking with all the other
With
units.
the overall entire site, but lot 2 and 3 specifically on their lots have
Right.
the 40. It is a condition of approval that shared parking agreement needs to be updated, but it could be further dialed in for this specific building of only the 40 spaces.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No,
Does
want
that-
the most,
Does that make sense?
sort of.
You feel good? Do we have any other questions from the commission before we move on to public testimony?
The applicant may want to chime in after my.
No, I just wanted to echo it. It is the entire parking lot is already designated as a cross-access, cross easement. The entire parking lot is an easement itself, which is in the process of being modified currently to eliminate that row of parking out front, which we already have applications in for that. We have easement modification, going through all the correct channels to address all of this as well.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
question for staff. Well, this kind of thing happens all the time where somebody puts up like 100,000 square foot building and then they don't know what tenant's going to go in there. And so you could demise 25,000 square feet for one tenant, then you've got 75,000 for another tenant. And, it could be simple like you just got some kind of a distribution business with 3 employees on one side, but then, what happens when there's 200 employees on the other side in a small time manufacturing business or something? So, we're doing this all across the valley. So what happens, what is happening already to make that happen? This seems like a question that's been answered before.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Blanchard, I believe you're correct in that we do have a variety of, large buildings and maybe a mixed use area. And at the time, those uses may have come in with a conditional use permit, and over time, those tenants may leave and new tenants take those places. Oftentimes, what triggers us to take a look at do an analysis on a new use in an existing structure is something like a tenant improvement application, a new sign permits that come in. We'll also look at the use for that, change in tenant. Also, design review is another way that those items get assessed as tenants change over time.
Thank you.
Okay. Commission, we're good? Okay, great. Then we'll move on to public testimony. You're welcome to a whole new 3 minutes. Please start again with your name and address.
Heather Scott, 10908 West Fairview Avenue. So I'd like to reference, there was a letter submitted, it looks like March 30th. It was the owner of the first 2 lots, the strip mall, who sold to these gentlemen, has now turned, and he is also requesting that you oppose this project because of the traffic concerns. The photo that we've all been looking at, those are the vehicles parked from the people occupying the first 2 phases of the strip mall. So there are some serious parking concerns. I have an excessive number of vehicles, multiple every day, that make U-turns in my driveway and parking lot because they missed the entrance coming into the frontage off of Fairview into this. Now we have a drive-through, and now we have a big problem. This, although I love the idea of this flex space storage, I think it's a great usage, it will take more than 4 parking spaces. It is, I'm sorry, but no more than a technicality that they're trying to put this under a self-storage thing. It needs 4 when you know that the tenants going in and out of those 8 bays have the potential for great more usage of storage, plus the deliveries issues that was brought up in the letter by Tim Opp. Another thing that I'm struggling to understand, and perhaps I may be amiss on this, but the reference of a self-service storage facility would lend itself to be more of a residential-like usage. And our Self-Storage Act, the 55-2301, defines self-storage facility means any real property used for renting or leasing individual storage space in which the leasee themselves store or remove their own personal property on a self-service basis. It's not intended for retail, it's not intended for business. I feel like there is a huge risk of tenant usage in this kind of an application missing something like tenant improvement. If they just leave it as a podunk warehouse and they don't do anything to it, they could still be running an air conditioning business out of it, which I've had tenants do in my storage facility next to them. And I have 6 to 10 trucks for any one of those operators that have a lot of traffic between their clientele plus deliveries. I think that this is a great option, but the traffic and parking issue isn't being addressed appropriately. And there is such a big loophole being left here that it can be catastrophic for what this traffic implication does to the existing flow of traffic on this project and how it would affect Fairview also. I don't know how to close that gap, but I think Commissioner Gillespie, what you're bringing up is very valid, and this is very alarming to see left open to this level.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight? If you are online, please virtually raise your hand. We still have somebody online.
That'd be my owner, Rick.
I don't know, Eric, it looks like.
Hey, we're online too. Come on.
Okay, great. Well, so at this point, we would then go back to a 5-minute rebuttal from the applicant, if you would like to take that time.
I guess, excuse me, thanks again. To clarify, the conditional use is only to allow the self-storage use in this zone, as it is a conditional use for the C2Z zone, or C2G zone. I guess the long and short is we would not necessarily need to even apply for a conditional use for this, nearly 16,000 square foot building. We could still eliminate the parking and would still have to go through the same process for each tenant improvement, and could still come back for a storage use. So we were trying to kind of head everything off at the pass. And again, with, has been noted several times in the meeting this evening, there's a lot of folks moving to the valley looking for storage, maybe not just the self-storage type, but perhaps somewhere they could park an RV, have access to a restroom, perhaps work on a vehicle of their own, which can still happen in a self-service storage type use. And again, back to my first point that, we're just trying to cover all of our bases, and with the intent not to cause any issues with parking. We understand the city guidelines and parking requirements. We would hope to create a good balance. Again, it was overparked as it was. Even if we stuck with the two smaller lots, there would be considerable amount of parking available still that would just, I believe, gone to waste. And to refer back to the aerial images, the folks parking in the back, which would actually be on lots 2 and 3, those are the staff or employees of the buildings up front. So if we were to honestly go through and dictate who could park where, there would be no one parked in the back there, with the exception of the tenants of those. And if, going back to those images, there was only half full of cars in those front 2 parking lots. So any new tenant would have to go through the process for the tenant improvement. If we make any modifications to the building, it's a design review. Those are 2 applications we already are fully aware of. We haven't submitted for our building permit yet. The intent, once we do get to that point, we would hope to have a few of these spaces already spoken for, and would have more of an idea at that point what uses would be going in there. And again, just in whether it is a retail space or an office space, there's still allotted storage in there, whether it's for their products, whatever the case is. But this again, just trying to cover all of our bases. The garage condo style, it seems to be a little bit more popular. There's several going out along Federal Way where they do include a restroom and, in fact, a loft and a kitchenette in there. We're not going to that extent. The restrooms are definitely not locked in at this moment. It's a shell building, and we definitely intend to bring any new tenant through the correct process. And it would include all of the parking, subsurface drainage. We definitely want to comply with everything and keep our neighbors happy as well.
Thank you. Okay, great. With that, we will again close the public portion of the hearing, and the item is before the commission.
Do you really want me to? Chris, are you going to make a motion, or would you want me to?
I am happy. I'm just not sure if we're quite on the same page, Milt, but my motion would just be that we approve CUP, am I on the right one? CUP 21-005.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Moore. So we have a motion to approve from Commissioner Blanchard and a second from Commissioner Moore. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
And just to clarify, my second is with the terms and conditions listed in the staff report for the reasons in the staff report.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I can't support the motion that stands in because I'm just confused about the city's position on what use are we putting in there. If the sentence, any future tenant will have to adhere to the allowed uses within the C2 zone district and may be subject to future entitlement processes. If that sentence wasn't there, and this read just like a straight self-storage unit CUP, and we weren't having this existential ambiguity, I would support the motion. But I think that sentence introduces this strange existential ambiguity.
Yeah.
I'll be opposing it as it is.
Okay, is there further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
as the maker of the motion here, after everything we went through here, I think the bottom line question, what we're being asked to approve is with the applicant is, hey, can I put a self-storage unit here? So he's what he's asking for. So it's like, okay, yeah, sure. We'll either we're going to agree to that or we're not going to agree to that. And just to go back to one of the earlier things Commissioner Gillespie had said in relation to the development over here on Grover, like, well, hey, they could sell the property tomorrow and then this would all be moot. Well, that's, goes here too. It's like, okay, well, these guys turn around, they're not going to get their self-storage unit, or they are going to get it, but it could be sold and just developed as a normal C2. So I don't know. I think at the end of the day, after all the discussion, there's plenty of safeguards in place here. The city's going to have eyes on this. I think we're probably anticipating too many potential pitfalls. It's a relatively small piece of property. It's only 15,000 square feet. That's a tiny piece of industrial space by any standard. So I think we're probably really anticipating too many potential bad things to happen when it's really a pretty simple development.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
Just to kind of go along with that as well, what we're looking at is a conditional use for a self-storage facility, and denying it because of potential uses, I have a hard time with. And on top of the fact that any tenant that goes through this, and I think where may comes into play in that sentence that Commissioner Gillespie is referencing, any tenant that comes through this will be reviewed by planning, whether it's through the tenant improvement process or through the certificate of occupancy, if they don't have to improve. It will be reviewed, but with May, if it's a self-storage facility, it's an allowed use per the conditional use permit. So I think that's kind of where that may, in my interpretation, comes in, is if you have a self-storage facility tenant going in there, their approvals would be different than if you had a retail tenant going in there or something like that.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Schaefer. Here's looking at you.
Sorry, I'm a little slow on the uptake right now. Yeah, I think I'm coming down with Commissioners Blanchard and Moore. I think through the tenant improvement and design review process, these parking spaces will be allocated as those tenants take up spaces. So I think that there are safeguards, as Commissioner Blanchard mentioned. So I mean, that's where I'm coming down right now. I've been vacillating, but that's generally where I'm at right now with it.
Okay, great. I am not going to support the motion for the reasons that we've all been through, but I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to please call the vote.
Ed,
No.
Schaefer,
Yes.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie.
No.
Motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you. And meeting is adjourned. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
See you, everybody.